Okay, greetings everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the channel. And welcome to Mr. President. That's me. I'm going to be Mr. President. President Vormithrax. Yep, they elected me. The fools! What were they thinking? All right, well, let's talk about a few things. So, first up, this is day one of an early access release of a digital version of a niche board game in a niche board game category. I say this way to prepare you for what's going to happen here. So, if you are not aware of Mr. President, it's an awesome game by GMT Games, but I would not recommend this game, board or digital, to most of my friends. It's a particular kind of game. You got to have a particular mentality for this kind of game. And I'm just trying to prepare you and make sure that right up front of this video, because a lot of people might dip in and dip out, that you want to educate yourself on what kind of game this is and what to expect. Don't just run out and buy it and jump in blind. You will be confused, lost, and probably bored, honestly. And in addition, this is not fully implemented to the whole board game yet. So super early access, whole systems have not been implemented yet. I'm not even sure you can play a complete playthrough, a full term of office in the game yet. So this is going to be mostly a, hey folks, here's the game. Here's kind of how it works. Here's how the digital implementation works. Kind of demonstration. I'm going to play it. And if I'm having fun and you guys are having fun watching, we'll play it for a while. I don't know how long I'll play it. I don't know if I'll go through an entire session in office, an entire term, because that will take quite a few hours. But, you know, we'll see how things go. I did a 1 year playthrough off camera just to make sure I understood the interface and what was going on. I haven't played the game, the board game version, on my tabletop in 9 months, a year. So I'm rusty. I only played about 1.5 total games myself, even back then. So I'm going to make horrible decisions, be terribly inefficient, but I do know how things work. I can explain what's going on. I can explain the steps that we're going through, the results, what's going to happen. So I can narrate, I can commentate. Just don't expect, you know, if you're a Mr. President expert, you're not going to be impressed with my decision making. So that's what we're going to say. In addition, it has been universally acknowledged by every single person I have ever rolled dice in front of that I have very bad dice rolls. You know, everybody agrees. Everybody. They all agree. My dice rolling has always been bad. So we roll a lot of dice in this game. So, you know, between bad decision making and bad luck, hilarity is going to ensue on the world stage. All right. Let's actually get into the game. So this is the front screen. It is very bare bones. There's almost nothing you can do here in the settings. So, you know, this is what you get. I turned the volume down on the music. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not. Didn't want to take the chance, so I just turned it off. You only have one choice. New game. It will give you a walkthrough option, but that walkthrough just basically moves you around the game board and says, this section is for this, this section is for this, this section is for this. It gives you a general description of what that area is for, but no details. There's no documentation of any kind included. No, you do not get the full manuals, all 8 booklets that come in the boxed version, the paper version. None of that's here. The game fully implements all the rules, all the tables, all the charts, all the DRM modifiers for your dice rolls. It knows the mechanics of the systems. It's going to walk you through every step as you go, but it's not going to explain why you would want to do things. It's not going to explain how things work. You'll get info screens that you can look at, and it does provide some detail there. Quite a bit of the detail is actually there, but it's not going to hold your hand through any of it. So I don't know how much documentation they're planning on putting in, if any, or if they're just going to have it just fully automate all the rules and you just got to kind of play and figure things out. So, but there's nothing there right now. Yeah, it's a very complex game. Well, that's not quite true. The underlying mechanics of how things work are actually really simple. What I mean by that is the systems by which things actually happen, meaning what determines how the dice are rolled, what the results are, the mechanisms that underpin everything are actually really simple. But welded on top of that simple underlayer of mechanisms, they've got huge amounts of stuff kind of attached to that simple system. And the variables that are involved, because there are so many interlinked and interlocking systems that affect each other in various ways, that's where the complexity and the analysis paralysis kind of comes in from. But the underlying mechanics, pretty simple. So I consider it, I have nothing but admiration for the game and the design of the game, but it is a beast. It is a beast of a footprint on a table, which is one reason a lot of people are excited about the digital version, because they don't have to put it on their table or two tables, as the case may be, because it is a huge monster footprint, as big as the board is and all the stuff you got to have. It has a huge setup time, huge teardown time. Whatever review you're looking at, if they have a category for setup and teardown, it's the top number. Just give it the top number. It's one of those. So, you know, a lot of people are really excited about the digital implementation just to get away from all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I like it. I enjoy it, but it did take quite a bit of effort to learn and to get into. So hopefully you can benefit from my adequate knowledge, and I'll be able to explain things and keep things interesting. All right, we're 7 minutes in. I haven't actually shown any gameplay yet. I'm going to get people yelling at me on YouTube. Gameplay starts at blah, blah, blah. So, it's probably way worse. I haven't done an Axis and Allies setup in 4 decades, 3 decades. When the hell did Axis and Allies come out? Whenever it came out, within that year is the last time I did an Axis and Allies setup. And I don't mean the 18th iteration, Axis and Allies Mars or whatever the hell version is out nowadays. But yeah, I haven't done what setup on that game in forever. But yeah, it's worse than that. I can't even demonstrate why, because the digital version is going to do everything for me. But you know, I don't know if we can do a nuclear war because there's no nuclear missiles track. It's not implemented yet. All right, let's get some gameplay going on here. We're going on 8 minutes. You guys are delaying me with your Twitch chat. All right, here we go. New game. All right, early access to the White House. I am not going to read through all this stuff. This is just a general intro primer. We can hit the tab key to make stuff go away so we can actually see and move around the board. So we'll be doing that a lot. I'll be hitting tab to get stuff out of the way so I can look at things and make decisions. And that's pretty much all this says. It tells you how to do that. Yeah, it mentions it's a complicated game. Read the tool tips, look for question marks. They're still working on features. Some of the player actions like summit and impose sanctions aren't in yet. Several of the board features you'll notice say under construction still. Some stuff is just not even present, like the legacy point tracker, which actually gives you your score at the end of the game. Nowhere to be seen. So, like I said, not fully implemented yet. Enough here that you can play it, sort of. If you're a serious player of the game, I don't think you're going to be able to finish a game, but you know, you could get enough of an impression of it. But you know, let's start playing. All right. So we're going to hit space bar to proceed. Game board walkthrough. No thanks. Like I said, that just walks you around the board and says, this area does this. This area is used for that. And that's all it does. All right. I don't have any control at the moment. It's got me locked into this setting here. I'll get control in a second and I'll kind of walk you around. Right now, we are at the very beginning. We're setting up our cabinet and our presidency post-election. We've won the election. We're entering the office and we're doing the initial setup of the U.S. government and our part of it. So we're going to set the presidential attributes. Basically, we're drawing a chit from a cup. There's a bunch of different attributes. We're going to draw a couple of random attributes. First one we got is order, -2 DRM. That stands for die roll modifier for you non-grognards out there. So -2 DRM, State of the Union. So that slots in right there. I'm going to draw a second one. An ally's best friend, +1 to 1 ally relation per turn. So that's our next one. And that's all we get, I believe. And now it's going to draw another random chit for our vice president. We don't have a choice on this one. It's just going to be a random draw. We will get to choose our chief of staff, secretary of state, and secretary of defense. We got Ivan Mercer. All right, that's our VP. And now it's going to give us our chief of staff. We get 3 choices. We got to pick one of these 3. So the chief of staff, we want a domestic rating. For the sec state, we want diplomatic, and sec def, we want military. So the numbers at the bottom are their values, and it kind of shows here is military. So we want somebody with, oh, we have nobody. Oh, this is just the chief of staff. So yeah, this is fine. Let's do domestic. Yeah, we need to do Eric Massey. We didn't get any of the good ones. There's a few of them that have numbers in all the categories, and we apparently drew none of them for our chief of staff. So we're going to go with domestic. It doesn't even have the upgrade on veteran status. Huh, but he gets it on the veteran side. All right, that's fine. All right, so there's our chief of staff. Next up is our sec state. This is going to be our diplomacy for foreign affairs, basically. So we need to have diplomatic status here. So looks like Krista, she's got 1s in all the categories. She's the one I was hoping to get for my chief of staff, but it's fine. So she's going to be here. She's one of the really good ones. So we'll pick her for that. And then sec def, we want somebody with a military rating. So, oh, we got Andy Lewis. He's one of the other really good ones. So he's got the 1 on his novice side, the 2 on the veteran side, and the +1 action on both. So we're absolutely taking him. All right, so there's our key cabinet officials. Next up, we're going to be doing some random draws for our legislation priorities, and we're going to put them in order. So first up, public priority, job creation package. So these are randomized, the public ones. We don't have any control over this. It's just pulling them out of a cup. Cybersecurity's up next. Then we've got privacy legislation, followed by expanded military. Next up, social security. All right, so those are the public legislation priorities. Our public wants us to work on these things in that order. They consider this to be the first priority. All right, so now we're going to randomly draw an administration legislation priority. This is our campaign promise. We also don't have control over this. This is what our platform campaigned on. We made a promise to initiate welfare reform. It's going to be a really good thing if we can push through welfare reform and legislation during our first year, 2 years. I forget when the check on that is. If we don't do it, then, you know, it's not as good. So now we're going to manage our administration legislation priorities. This is what the public wants us to work on. And generally speaking, I believe it's a good idea to try to match these up. So we've got a job creation package. I'm going to go ahead and just match these up. We're going to try to do them exactly. So job creation in that one. Cybersecurity. Where'd you go, cybersecurity? You're going there. And privacy legislation right there. All right, we're going to match up our own legislation priorities with what the public wants us to work on. We are done. More stuff. Now we have to see if we have any friends in Congress, our friends and opponents. And this is all set up. This is turn 0, getting the board ready to go. We have to set all this stuff up, in addition to a million other chits that we've laid out on this huge board already. But this is getting our government set up. Who do we draw? Ooh, a moderate level 3. Nice. That's actually a really good draw for us. In my test game, I got radicals, 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 radicals. We were just bursting with radicals. I couldn't get bipartisan anything. Everybody was radicalized on opposite sides. Next one. And there's a radical. He's number 2. Now our opponents. A moderate. Yay. Oh, they got the media 2 moderate. Strength 3. That's one of the really strong ones. I don't want that on the opposing side. And second, another moderate. Hot dang. We might actually be able to get some bipartisan cooperation going on. All right. Post-election, based on the total number of moderates and radicals in Congress, set the initial level of bipartisan cooperation. So this value here and this token marker is being placed based on the numbers here. So, wow. In my test game, I was on the opposite end. I was all the way to the left. I couldn't get any legislation going. All right, determine how many action points you start the year with. So, it mentions here for the different game modes and difficulties, but you can't pick right now. You have one choice of scenario, the default sandbox scenario. You have one choice of difficulty, the normal difficulty. So there's no choices here. I wish they wouldn't even mention these because I'm sure it's going to confuse people. They're going to be hunting for a button or an option or something to pick the easier game for their first game. You don't got an option. It's just going to go right on past this. Once the game's fully implemented, then you'll be able to pick these kinds of things. But we're going to be doing the normal game, start year one with 15 APs, modified by a few things that are on the board. So down here in the bottom left, it shows our action points total and our legacy points. Oh, that's where they've implemented the legacy points. It's not on the board. It's just tracked down here. So maybe we can get all the way through a full term. I was looking for it on the board. It's an actual track on the board in the board game, but I didn't notice we had that sitting down there. All right, apply any effects gained from presidential attributes or exceptional White House resources. Basically, it's looking at these things, and any of them that are supposed to trigger now, we're going to go ahead and take care of. Apply any effects gained from the presidential attributes +1 to 1 ally relationship per turn. So it's going to ask me to go pick an ally and improve a relationship by 1 level. Now, this is how you interact with all the things on the board. You can't touch almost anything. There's only like one place where you can actually touch something on the board, and that is this deck of cards right here. So you can check this because you're allowed to see what's in this deck. That's it. Nothing else is interactable. You can't click anywhere. You can't move anything. You can't slide anything. You can't drag tokens. None of it. It's all going to be controlled through the different menu systems and the options that you pick. Now, in this case, it's highlighting for me with these little targeters which allies I can actually interact with. And it's only showing me the ones where we could possibly raise it. So these are not at the highest level already. So I have a choice here of the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, or India. Those are not quite at the highest level, so I can raise either of those up. I don't think any of the other ones. We're already at max with all of our allies on the board. And I'm going to go explain the board here in a minute, at least in some detail. But let me get through this initial setup before I do. I'm going to pick the Middle East option. We're going to go ahead and go with Gulf States SA. So we click on that. It switches them to from close to the very close relationship. That's the turn sequence chart. We'll get to that in a second. We're almost done with the initial setup stuff. So now we have to improve our strategic capabilities. Actually, we're kind of in the gameplay now. So let me move over here. All right, let me zoom out. I can sort of get rid of that, but they've got the board shadowed on the left side here. So let me explain the board real quick. Give a brief primer on what you're looking at. So right side of the board is all the regions of the world. There's 3 of them that I want to pay particular attention to. That is CONUS, the continental U.S., CONUS. This is us, of course. Well, if if us is you're American, or I guess Canadian, and such. But continental U.S., this is tracking a few things. We've got lingering domestic issue track over here on the left. We're at stage 1 of that. We would like that to be 0, so we'll do something about that when we can. This is Canada and our relationship with them. Canada is an ally. We have allies located around the world like the UK and NATO and so on, and we'll point those out a little bit later. These are the forces. They're little tokens that are indicating that we have forces in the region. And then there's also a domestic crisis level at the bottom. We're also at level 1 there, and we want it to be 0. So we want 0 and 0. So what this represents is problems handed to us by the previous administration. We have lingering domestic issues, and we have a low-level domestic crisis. So it's issues we've been handed that we need to deal with. But notice how there's no connections, and it's missing some of the info tracks of these other regions. So I'm going to point out 2 others real quick. Our peer rivals are the Russian Federation. Again, they have a simplified world region setup. It's just tracking various things, their relationship with the U.S., how many tension counters that they have. The more of these they have, the uglier their turns get in competition with us. There's multilateral sanctions currently applied to them. They're going to try to get those removed. There's a posture setting. Posture 2 is the more aggressive setting, so we would love to get them back to a posture 1. And then they have an economy, just like we do and the Eurozone has. There's an economy setting, and the SOE is state of the economy. So they want it to be strong. We want it to be not as strong. And similarly with People's Republic of China, they're our other main peer rival. One of the main ways we can lose is if either of those two achieve their victory point requirements, which is kind of tracked down here. It's more complicated than just this table shows, but this is what this is. They're going to try to spread the influence for Russian Federation and PRK, or PRC, I mean, and if they reach certain benchmarks, then we lose the game, they win the game. So the rest of the regions are all similarly set up. Let's look at the Middle East. That's kind of one of the most important ones and the ones we're going to have the biggest problems with. So we've got the Middle East region, and I'm not going to try to make this a full teach of how to play Mr. President, but I need to explain a few things just so you can kind of follow along. Roughly, though, to the left side here, we have a regional alignment track. Currently, it's on the 5 and trending downward, which is anti-U.S. sentiment. We obviously want all of these tracks to be as high as possible. The alignment track basically is aligned towards the U.S. interests. We're very U.S. interest focused here when we play Mr. President. So we want this to be going the other direction. We want it to be trending positive and then actually moving up the track. And then stability is the other really important one. This one is, and it'll give you these pop-ups. This is how the game gives you details, is these pop-ups. You point at something and you get a pop-up. And it's actually pretty thorough. It gives you good information, but it doesn't tell you why you would do things, which is where a lot of people are going to struggle, and why you want to get certain things done, the consequences if you don't, and the timing of events and so on. But we got 2 tracks here. We want to raise these. Middle East, it's unstable. Lots of terror groups in the region. We've got a U.S. military footprint because of our soldiers and forces in the region. There's a couple of unstable states. There's a civil war going on, a lot of tensions. Fun stuff. We're going to spend a lot of our time and actions trying to deal with this mess and keep it from going into a hot war. Then down at the bottom, this shows the forces we've got in the region. There is a regional crisis level, and it's currently at the stage right before a major crisis kicks off. And this is where really bad things start happening. So we need to get this backed down the track as fast as we can to keep that from happening. And the big hot spots are going to be the Middle East, Central South Asia. There is a war going on here. That would be the Taliban and the U.S. at war. The time period for this game is the first 2 decades of the millennium, so 2001 to 2020. So at the sandbox scenario, we start on the regular difficulty with the U.S.-Taliban war occurring. So we got that to deal with. The crisis level is only at 2. We got a little bit of wiggle room, but we're going to have to deal with that. Africa is not in great shape. We got similar problems over there with some unstable states, a civil war, some terror groups, and it's also right on the verge of a major crisis. South America is at a 1, at a 2 for Central, and so on. But that's what's going on here. This whole right side of the board is just tracking the geopolitical situation region by region. The middle part of the board on this side is all domestic politics for the U.S. Everything from the Mr. President logo kind of down to this under construction section and over to here is basically internal U.S. politics and trackers. This is Congress. This is where the sausage gets made. And I had a horrible time in my test game because it was radicals everywhere and nobody wanted to cooperate to get any legislation passed. And we'll talk about this in detail, but that's what this whole section is. This is the turn sequence chart. Looks scary, not as scary as it looks. You only need to know about 3 or 4 different things about it, and it will get a lot less scary. I mean, it's lots of bad stuff happening, but the mechanics of how it works is pretty straightforward. Then state of the U.S. opinion, basically. State of the economy, United Nations opinion of the U.S., our relations with Congress, media relations, homeland security, etc., all tracked here. To the left of that, we have the conflict tracks. These are the traditional historic rivalries. So we've got India, China, India, Pakistan, Russia, NATO, North and South Korea, Israel, Iran, etc. And it's rating their relative strengths to each other, as well as the left-hand side is a progress track going down to war. If Russia, NATO goes to war, that's an instant game over and loss. If China, Japan go to war, instant game over and loss. These two can be a loss depending on if it gets nuclear or not. So that's what this is all tracking over here. Down at the bottom, we have trackers for a few things. Our public approval rating, as well as the presidential prestige track. Up here, we have strategic capabilities. This is measuring the rough equivalency of capability in these categories for strategic stuff between three different people or nations, the US, Russia, and China. We each have a token on each of these tracks, and it's just measuring where we're at, whether one person's or one nation's ahead of another nation. We're going to be competing to try to raise these to always be ahead of our opponents. When we start, we're behind in cyber warfare. We need to fix that as quick as we can because that's a really influential one. These others come into play a little less often, but, we're going to raise our capabilities wherever we can. This one is not implemented. Very important one, nuclear missile tracks. This is mostly regarding Iran and North Korea, and it's just totally not in the game yet. We got decks of cards up here. Crisis deck is what we're going to be drawing events from. Some good, some bad, some cascading, meaning we deal with them initially, and depending on what we do, they then get put into one of these other piles, and they come back to haunt us later, and we deal with them again, and depending on what happens then, they might show up a third time, etc. So that's kind of how this works. I'm pretty sure they don't have all the crisis cards implemented yet either, because I seem to run out of crisis cards in the deck pretty early in the test run I did. But yeah, I can't tell because I can't click on anything. I can't actually see the cards or anything. This is the only thing we can interact with. This is an example of an event. I believe these are just randomly drawn. It's a cascading event. It is cyber attack, China blamed, and it has these effects. I'm not going to go into the details of these. I just wanted to show that this is kind of what they look like, and they're hanging around. All right, and that's about the only generally interactable portion of the entire board game. Uh-oh. It wasn't letting me move the screen around. Okay, so that's a quick overview of the board state itself, and we'll get into details as we go. I do want to talk about this, the scary turn sequence chart. So here's how this works. We start here, we go down, then we go to the top of the next column, we go down, we go to the top of the column, we go down, as this little squiggle chart shows up here. That's how it works. In addition, blue is generally good. Anytime you see blue color, that's us getting to do things, actually having agency and making decisions and allocating resources and using action points and so on. So blue is us getting to go. Anything not blue is the board acting against us generally. The darker the color, the worse it generally is. Notice the bright red down here for terror and chaos. There's no sunshine, puppies, and rainbows in when it hits to that phase. So it's bad. Same thing with the Russia-China turns. Those are bad. All these draw chits, bad. So, well, I won't say guaranteed bad. It's mostly where we're drawing those cards that are up in the upper left. So that's the first thing. Next thing is there's a lot of duplication. You notice draw one chit with two draw agains. Draw one chit, two draw agains. Draw one chit, two draw agains. It just repeats over and over. In addition, phase one, these two columns here in activation phase 1 are a near identical copy of activation phase 3. There's a couple of tiny differences between this one and this one, mostly in these categories over here. Notice how this right here is a little different from this. So it's an almost exact copy. Activation phase 2, this column, is an exact copy of 4. So while there's a lot of little things there, most of it is duplications. So there's really only 3 or 4 things you need to know how to do via these little symbols and what they represent, and you're golden. So it's just going to happen in a certain order over and over and over again until you get to the end and you do the end of turn cleanup and consequences phase, which is extensive. And thank God that's automated. I'm looking forward to that if it works properly. All right. So right now we're in this part of the start of a new year. We go through this first column. So we've done these top 2. We're now doing this one. And some of these are disabled too. Like this is disabled, not yet implemented, these focused national intelligences. But we're right here. So we're doing the strategic capabilities phase. So they want me to come over here and pick something to try to increase. So I'm going to try to increase cyber warfare. And this is what it looks like. This is the underpinnings of the gameplay mechanics is you pick something you want to do. It's going to tell you to roll a particular type of die, either a D10 or a D6. And then you'll notice up here at the top, it says 1 to 5 success, 6 plus failure. That's all there is to it. And then it's going to show DRMs. So I guess that's not all. There are DRMs, die roll modifiers. Because of our Secretary of Defense's military rating, we're getting a -1 to the die roll. And it's listed right here. If it's in green, it's usually in your favor. If it's red, it's not in your favor. And most often, low numbers are good, high numbers are bad. So that's why a negative number for a DRM is helping us, because it's going to lower the number. So we're just going to roll the die and hope we get a good result. We succeeded. So we got a success. We rolled a 5, which DRM -1 results in a 4, which is a success. So we just hit spacebar to proceed, and it moves on the track for us, and it blinks to show you what's happening. We get to pick a second one, and it has to be different from the first one. So let's go ahead and go for space warfare. Let's try to catch up on space warfare. Same thing, roll a die, and we succeeded again. Okay, that's good. We are not losing any of the categories currently. Now it moved down to the next section. Set POTUS cabinet focus. All right, this one's not complicated, but what's happening here is we're going to set our cabinet focus, what things we want to have the best chance to try to improve as we play. At a certain point during that turn sequence, we're going to come to this little section, and we're going to be rolling dice to see if we get success on any of these categories. The lower on this column we put one of these focuses, the less chance that it's going to succeed. So down here it says success 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. That's the die roll. So whatever we put as our primary focus at the top here, we have the highest chance of actually getting that to happen. So I'm going to put a few things down the bottom because I know they're not priorities. I'm going to put Homeland Security down there, because we're in pretty good shape in that regard, so I'm not worried about that one. And also address domestic crises. So I'm going to put those on the bottom. We got the lowest chance of having those actually succeed. And it shows over here what happens if we do succeed, what modifiers are going to occur. Then let's do, what are our things? Job creation, cybersecurity. This doesn't directly address legislation, but let's do... What is our cabinet focus right now? Or our cabinet over there. Oh, we're at a 4. Ouch. We're good on our party relations. Let's do cabinet effectiveness. We're going to try to raise this number. So I'm going to put that as our number 1 priority. Then we'll do economy. Then improve relations. And finally, public relations and press relations. All right. Select a POTUS cabinet focus area. Done. All right, it is now moved to the real thing. All right, so we're done with this first column. But you can see kind of how things work. It's just going to literally walk us through each of these steps in order, and it's doing everything for us. We're making the decision parts, but it's very procedural, and the board game is the same way, but you'd be pulling out charts and tables and doing lookups on things and figuring out the DRMs yourself. That's where this saves a whole bunch of time. All right, so now we're on the China-Russia axe. It's going to roll a die. It's asking us to draw a chit, but we're going to roll a die. And on a 1 to 5, Russia's going to act. On a 6 to 10, China's going to act. Whichever one does not act here is going to act when we get to this part. So if Russia goes here, China will go here, and vice versa. So, oh, never mind. It is a random chit draw. They're face down, and you flip one over, and that's the one that goes. So, whatever. Why did they do it that way instead of the numbered roll? Huh. I'm not sure. All right. So, this is kind of an extended sequence where basically China takes its turn. So, first is checking for China victory. And it's looking at this chart. China has not hit this victory point objective, so the answer is no, not yet. And then it moves to the next stage of this round sequence. There's a whole booklet for China and a separate booklet for Russia that you look up in the physical game, and you just literally are going through a big checklist of items. If you meet this condition, do this. If it meets this condition, do that. If neither of those two apply, then go here, modify with this, check on this table, and you just roll through a bunch of things. So it's going to do it all that for us. So it flipped over a bunch of tension counters, then it adds them up, and 2 of them had no effect. It has a total of 5. Current posture is 1. Relations with the U.S. is 4, which results in no change in the posture. So this thing is going to stay the same. Next, it checks relations and whether that's going to change. It is going to change. The value of 5 makes it trend anti-US. So currently, it's neutral. So it's going to put a trending negative on there. Now, I will explain this. A lot of the tokens that you see that are on these tracks, many of them are 2-stage. There's trending positive, there's neutral, and there's trending negative. So 3 stages technically, I guess. But it takes multiple stages to actually go to the next position. So if we get another event that causes a trending anti-US, we'll remove that anti-US token and the marker itself will move to this position. If we got a positive US, we would just remove this trending negative and it would go back to its neutral state. So it takes multiple steps to actually get the marker to move. And the same thing's true in a number of different tracks. They don't all work that way, but a fair percentage of them do work that way. They're multi-stage, so it's not easy to change certain of these numbers. All right, they're going to redraw new tension counters. So they take this number of counters, they divide it by 2, round up, and they draw new counters to replace the existing ones. So you don't know exactly what the tension values are going to be for the next round. So it's going to end up with a 3 total, and they're hidden face down, drawn from a cup. Next, they're going to try to improve their strategic capabilities, just like we did with cyber warfare and such. So they're going to get 2 attempts. They jump over here, and it's just a die roll. They rolled a 10, no effect. They failed. Second attempt, they got a 1. They succeeded on that one. So they have raised their strategic recon intel gathering. Next up, they're going to attempt to conduct espionage. So because of their track positions and their posture, it's going to give them 1 espionage attempt. This is the chart that you would look up in the paper book if you're playing the real world game. So it's showing us all the results. It's just pretty much a straight up die roll. They're not getting any modifiers. They don't qualify for any of these DRMs. So roll the die. They got a 2, which is good for them usually. Steel tech. They're going to roll a D10 and do a random strategic capability increase. So all of these techs are numbered. You'll see a lot of these tracks have these little die roll numbers. So a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. They rolled a 1. They're going to raise their Air Force training tech. They are now equivalent with us. Next up, they're going to try to improve their economy. So they need a 1 through 5. They are getting a massive die roll modifier. So we need them to roll a 10. A 10 is the only thing that's going to keep them from improving their economy. They rolled a 3. So they get the economy increase. This is another one of those that trends up and trends down like this one. So it's now trending up. The economy is improving, but it didn't change the value yet. Number of China actions. So this is kind of the meat and potatoes. I mean, a lot of that stuff was important, but they now get 6 actions to take. It's based on what they're talking about up here. And again, it's a big flow chart that you follow. Some actions will use one of these action points. Some won't if they have a null result. And it's just going to walk us through a bunch of stuff. This is where they try to spread their influence and do things. All right. So it's saying if there are at least 5 terror group levels in the Central South Asia region, use 1 China action to remove a terror level from the largest group in the region. So they're exerting their influence to remove a terror group if it meets this requirement. Apparently it did not. Quell rising internal dissent. They're going to roll a die. They rolled a 2. They're going to spend an action to address massive social infrastructure costs beyond the scope of the game, smog and environmental issues, internal security, etc. So that burns one of their actions. Next up, reduce, remove sanctions. They're going to try to remove... They don't have any sanctions. No sanctions on them. All right, they're going to make a cyber attack. So they have a die roll to see where they direct their cyber attack. They rolled a 7. They're targeting India. Success increases regional crises in the region by a box. Now they're going to resolve the attack. Oh, they got a major success. I hate that so much. That is so annoying. That jumped it right up to major crises. Oh, were we at 1? Oh, we were at 1. Estranged. No. That's India's the one I didn't increase earlier. That was a lucky roll for China. All right, they're doing the 1 belt, 1 road. Place a trending anti-US. That means it's going to move the marker. Then enact the belt and road procedure using this list of belt and road regions. It's going to go through the regions and do some things. So, unfortunately, relations with the US has dropped. They are affecting various areas here. They're not explaining much, like I said. Adding more tension tokens. Tensions are rising in the Asia and Pacific region. Okay. 1 second. I need coffee. So, they've still got a lot of acts remaining. They're still running through that. Oh, never mind. I guess that blew the last of them. Okay, now, hey, look at that. We have agency finally. So, this is where we're at. We've done the first column. China has done its full action. So, we're now getting to take any 3 actions we want. And what they mean by that is in the physical version, you have some player aids that is a domestic chart. These are all the actions you can perform in the domestic area. You have a diplomatic chart, and these are all the actions you can take. And you have a military chart, and these are all the actions you can take. So at this stage of the turn sequence, we can pick any 3 actions. Now, that doesn't always happen that way. You'll notice here it's any 4, but limited to diplomatic or military, any 3 domestic, any 3 again. So it's going to skip around when you see these different sections. So it's important to know when certain things are going to be possible, because timing is important in various ways, and knowing how the turn is going to progress. A couple of really important ones are these ones at the top of each of these phases in yellow. This is when our ally group and rogue groups get to take their turns. So our various allies around the world are divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, D. And when you hit one of these entries, you randomly draw one of the 4 chits, and it'll tell you Group A acts or Group B acts, etc. And attached to that ally group, there's usually also rogue groups or rogue state groups, Iran, North Korea, things like that. They also get to go. So knowing when that's going to happen and kind of being prepared for it and taking advantage of that is important. Also, war progress. These are the 2 points where it goes and checks in on our war with the Taliban. And you want to have certain things done and ready to go before these phases come up, or segments, I think they call these individual boxes. So yeah, so it's important stuff. But we get to do 3 things. So now I get to kind of look around the world and make some decisions. Do I focus on domestic priorities? Do I focus on diplomatic priorities? Do we move some troops around, getting prepared for the fight with the Taliban? I haven't shown it yet, but down here in the very bottom left, kind of hiding, pretty easy to miss since the WASD keys kind of jump between categories. And then the right mouse click and drag will let you smoothly move the map wherever you want with the mouse scroll wheel zooming in and out. But nothing gets you over to that bottom left corner. WASD won't jump down there. So you got to kind of know to scroll out and then scroll down in order to find this thing. I think a lot of people may never even notice it's down there. But yeah, that's where the war setup board is. So you can track a number of different wars that might be going on. If you ever have 6 wars, game is over. But yeah, so here we go. Status of the conflict is currently stalemate. We got the U.S. as the attacker, Taliban as the defender. Current force ratio is 1-2, rounded up. So we have 6, they have 7. We're going to change that number as much as we can. Try to get at least a 2-1. I need to get at least 12, preferably 18 points in here if I can manage it. I'm not sure I can get 18 points in the first year with my limited actions. But we're going to try to get at least 12. And then what happens is once we get to this point, we'll have a table, you know, like all the systems here. We're going to roll on a table, and it's going to either move the conflict status one way or the other, or leave it where it's at, depending on the roll. We're hoping to push it this way. In order to win the war, quote unquote, we have to get it to the far left position. Attacking forces win. We don't want it to go to this direction. Defending forces win. So that's what's up over there. And again, that is right over here in Central South Asia. Rogue State Level 1, the Taliban. And war number 1 on the tracking board down there on the left. We've also, unfortunately, lost 2 levels of ally relationship with India. I need to patch that up. That is not good. Plus, we had a bunch of tension markers drop on China. They didn't do much up in Eastern Europe. That's more of a Russia thing. Russia's going to put pressure on Eastern Europe and Eurozone, while PRC is going to mostly be involved in Central South Asia, a bit of Middle East, and a lot of Asia Pacific, and occasionally Africa and even South America. But it's these 2 that they're primarily going to be focused on. So we need to be careful of how many influence tokens these guys have. That's the main way they advance their token down here, is gaining influence. So we need to do what we can to resolve that. All right, so the hot spots, again, are Africa, right, one step away from a crisis, Middle East, one step from a crisis, and South Central Asia, one step from a crisis. We got a little bit of wiggle room elsewhere. So let's do the first one to try to back off the Middle East. This is always a major pain because it's right on a major crisis. It's got a huge terror group list. It's got unstable states, a civil war, tensions, low regional stability, trending anti-US. It's a mess. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and bring this little option back up. We're going to go to diplomatic and we're going to say crisis relief. I think that's the one. Yeah. So we're going to try to prevent regional crises. And this is the details you get. I mean, you just pick one and it says why you might want to do it. It says when you're allowed to do it. It's going to cost one of my 3 actions. I choose a region and roll a d10, and we want to get at least a 6 or less. 2 to 6 is we decrease the crisis by 1 box. If we manage to get a 1 or less, we decrease it by 2 boxes. A 10? 10 is terrible. We can't roll a 10, actually, because we have a -1 modifier, so worst we can get is a no effect. But obviously we want a 1 if we can get it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that one. We're going to take that action. It moves that out of the way, and then it's put a targeter on the different regions that we can influence. We're going to go ahead and do the Middle East. This is what we want to try to reduce. So we select it, brings up our die roll, shows us our modifier, and we roll a die, and we got a 4. Wasn't good enough to get the 2 boxes, but we got the 1 box. So it's going to move that down 1 level. And now we only have 2 actions remaining. All right. Diplomatic. I want to clean up some domestic stuff, but I need to put emphasis on the world political situation first. So I'm not going to go through all these options. So I'm just going to pick stuff and kind of explain what's going to happen. But some general things I need to try to take care of. I need to get regional stability to 7 here in Eastern Europe because Russia is going to put a lot of pressure on Eastern Europe. So you want to get this to a 7, which then allows you to try to remove Russian influence markers because they're going to try to set up a base here in Eastern Europe if they get enough of these markers down. So I need to push this number up, and it's going to take a lot of effort to do that. Getting the alignment. Oh, wait. No, it's the alignment I need to get 7. Sorry. That's the one I need to get 7. Stability is also good to raise. It limits the number of terror groups and the levels they can be at. But I need to get this regional alignment pushed up to 7 so we can try to remove Russian influence. Crisis level is still fairly low. Overall, the U.S.'s goal is to push the crisis levels to 0 if possible everywhere. Raise stability. Raise our regional influence, our regional alignments. But there's going to be constant negative pressure just from natural game events and interference from Russia and China that are going to constantly cause things to go back up. We're going to spend huge amounts of effort fixing things, and they're just going to get broken again, back and forth. So we're just trying to slowly nudge the boulder up the hill, putting out fires and slowly getting things fixed as time goes by. So we don't have any impending problems in the domestic side other than increasing some of our ratings, which is important, but I'm going to leave that for later. We could do some military action. I could get some troops on the move. I want to get a heavy armor unit moved over to Central South Asia to assist in the Taliban war. We got some time to get that done. I think I'm mostly going to focus on trying to get these crises levels down initially so we can avoid the major crises, which will kind of cascade the problems. So let's go ahead and bring this back up. Crisis relief again. Take action. Let's hit this time Central South Asia. Oh, well, good thing we can't get a 10. So that was a fail. We got no effect out of it. We're going to do it again. And I'm going to try the same spot. It's important. Come on, die roll. Again, we failed. That is never a fun thing when 2 of your 3 actions have 0 effect. That is a bad feeling. I did tell you up front, I am bad at dice rolls. Digital, real world, doesn't matter. All right, welcome to the chaos. So This is where the bad things start happening. So these are events. It's going to draw a chit. The chit is then going to tell us what to go draw cards, event cards that we'll have to resolve. If it has a plus on the chit, it means we're going to have to draw again. And if that one has a plus, it's going to draw again for a total of 3 different times. Now, each thing we draw might tell us to do multiple events. So theoretically, we could do like 2 events, 2 events, 2 events, and then we move on again. So some of the events are good, some are bad. We'll see. So first we draw a chit. We got a plus, and it's telling us to draw 2 crisis cards. So it is going to go to the next stage. We are going to have to draw another chit after we do these 2 event cards. So it takes us up top, and it drew a card. We got corruption scandals bring down Brazilian Workers' Party. Amidst mass rioting, army imposes martial law. Okay, so it's a regional crisis increase for South America. Then we're going to roll a D10, and depending on what we roll, other things are going to happen. So it increased the crisis level. Then we say, oh, before it rolls, we have an opportunity to spend 2 of our action points. So when we started, we had 15 action points and we gained an additional 2. We have a total of 17. These are kind of wild card political capital we can spend to influence events, get re-rolls on our dice, things like that. They're an incredibly important resource, and you only have that many for the entire year. We're at the very beginning of a year. We're not even, a couple of columns in yet. So that 17 points has to last through an entire trip, up and down through this section, the whole turn. Now, there are 1 or 2 places where we might gain an action point or 2, but pretty much bank on that having to last the entire year. So don't just throw action points at every single failure, every single opportunity to increase the chances. You got to really, really try to save and husband these things because you're going to desperately need them later. So just don't spend them willy-nilly. All right, so is it worth spending 2 action points here? That's why it's paused and it's not doing the die roll. So it wants me to roll a die 10. I can choose to spend 2 action points to subtract 2 from the roll. What's going to happen is if we roll high, U.S. is blamed for the chaos. Same as 5 to 7, but also put a trending anti-U.S. counter in South America. So a middle roll is already going to be stability lowering, plus an unstable state pops up in South America. So we really want a 1 to 4. Order restored, election scheduled, we lower the crisis level, and if we used APs, we get a trending pro-U.S. counter because we spent political capital in the region. So we got a little bit of wiggle room in South America. If we push that aside and we kind of go take a look down here in South America, it's on crisis level 2. It's going to jump to, I think it already went up. Did it already go up? Yeah, it already went up. So this one's got a checkbox. So it's already done this part. But, oh wait, this is minus stability. So, yeah, that's +1 regional crisis. Oh, never mind. It's 2 different things. It's stability versus the crisis level. This is the crisis level. Oops, South America. This is the crisis level. This is the stability track. So we're doing 2 different things. How much do I need to avoid this negative event? I really don't need yet another crisis area that I have to deal with. I've got too many already. But I don't want to spend points on this. I'm not going to spend the points. I'm going to take the roll. We got a 40% chance of, a not absolutely horrible result. So let's see what happens. Not spending the AP. Hey! All right. So that's about the best we could hope for. That is the best we could hope for. So it back to the crisis level down. And now we have to draw a second event. So, party rift develops. -2 to party relations. Man, I'm getting hammered. All right, again, I can choose to spend action points to address the problems. So first we'll have it do this change. So it comes over here and it drops us 2 categories. That's a big jump. That is a big jump. And now we can spend 0, 1, or 2 to influence the die roll. So it's a pass-fail, and it's based on our party relations check. So we need to roll less than or equal to 6 currently. Fail is randomly remove one of our friends in Congress and lose the public approval. That could be pretty hard. Let's spend 1 AP. Why not? So we now have a -1 DRM. We roll the die, and we got a 0 effectively. So good result. We got one of our points back, and we're going to gain another friend in Congress. Draw chit. We got Jalen Jones, a moderate, level 1. Added to our congressional friends. All right, and then finally, the media slant. So off we go. We are now on the second box where I said we got a plus, so we have to go to this opportunity. We'll see what we get on the chit. We got another plus, but only one card drawn for this box. We got delays and cost overruns plague China's oil and transport projects. Oh man, not South America again. Why all the focus on South America? All right, remove a China influence from South America. That's a good thing for us, but it puts a tension counter on China. They get a little more unhappy, and also a worsening economy counter on China's economy track. So, okay, now we go to the third box. So now we're down here. So this is the last time we'll have to draw chit and see how many event cards we have to draw. 2 more event cards. Let's get a good one. Congress approves emergency humanitarian aid. -1 crisis in 2 regions of your choice. Hey, we got a good one. I can really use that. Okay, so where are we going to apply this? We can back both of these, Central South Asia and Africa, off the brink, which I think is what I'll do. The alternative to that would be just dump the Middle East to 0. That would also be awesome. Then I can work on getting the stability up. If we can keep it at 0 and get the stability up a couple of notches and maybe get 1 notch on here in the first year and end the war with the Taliban, those are lofty, lofty goals, but you know, a president can dream. I think I'll take get these guys off the brink. So we'll back them up 1, and we'll back that one up 1. All right, card taken care of. Our second card, another good one. Maybe Secretary of State. Oh, nope, it's bad. Our Sec State offended the host on an overseas trip. Thanks, dude. A 1 result, usually good, 2 or less, minor faux pas. That is quickly forgiven. No game effect. All right, we got out of that one pretty cleanly. And then we have to do what? Why are we rolling again? Place the counter, place the counter. Oh, then roll a d10 again and subtract the SecDef's diplomatic rating and get a final result. No, we did that. Why am I rolling again? I think this is erroring out. What are you doing? That was weird. I think that was a bug. It basically made us roll twice for the same thing. All right, now another interesting phase. So we've worked our way down the first column, and that mostly covers the majority of all of these things. You now know how most of this works. Every time you see this section, you now know how it works. There are sections like this where it's one and only chit. You might be told to draw multiple events, but it does not continue. It does not continue with the plus symbol into other sections where you can get, like we got, 5 different events triggered. This is a one and done. First roll was for the region. Second was the result. Oh, okay. Well, we did good then. I thought the second one, I didn't realize it was a 2 roll at first, so makes sense. Not a bug. Error in operator error. All right, so now we're on one of the other interesting ones. So we saw China Act. Russia runs exactly the same kind of way, just different regions and kind of different emphasis. Now we're going to get to see one of the other kind of unique segments on the turn sequence track, which is the ally and rogue group acting. So we're going to draw a random chit. It's going to say A to D. Group A. So first up in Group A is going to be our ally, European Union. So we do a World Economic Trend roll. We're hoping for a 1 to 4 result. Hey, we got a 3. So place economy improving counter on all 4 SOE tracks. There's only 4 SOE tracks. US, Eurozone, Russia, and China. None of the other regions have state of economy tracks. So everybody gets an economy improving. So we got a trending upward. They got a trending upward. They got a trending upward. Is China on a positive? Nope. Nobody was on an already had an improving economy. So next we check for unstable states. So roll a d10 once for each unstable state counter in the region. And depending on what we roll, various things are going to happen. If the Eurozone stability is 6 or higher, you get a bonus. So it's got a -1 DRM because it does meet that requirement. Another good roll. Eurozone thrives. Another economy improving on the Eurozone specifically. So that's going to actually raise their value because it already had an economy improving. So you remove the improving part and it moves the token over. Next, evaluate tension in the region. There are no tension counters. That's good. So none of these are going to change. The relationship is standard or is stable. Determine the number of joint actions. So this is the cool part of having our allies go, because we now get to take what's called joint actions. Basically, I get to pick to do things again. So these are the list of joint actions we can do, and they have to be mostly focused in the region that the ally is in. But this one, request UN humanitarian aid, can be for any region. And this is how I lower that crisis level. So we are going to do this. And it's the same one we did before. We're just going to pick one of these hot spots and try to de-escalate. Actually, de-escalate's a different thing, specifically. We're looking pretty good. I think our priority is still going to be Middle East. We still have to roll a die, but it's a success on a 1 through 8. So we got a success. So we got the Middle East crisis down to 1. Next up, de-escalate a conflict. So this is specific to this chart over here, right here, the conflict track. De-escalating would be moving the conflict status up. The further down it gets, the closer to war you get. So we might want to de-escalate. Nobody's really moved yet, but we might want to take like North Korea. We can run into some pretty quick problems with North Korea, so we might want to get that de-escalated and move it up a notch. None of the rest of them I'm too worried about at this point. So that would be the de-escalate action. Intel is to get intel on terror groups and then stabilize the region. So stability track, very important. It would be the region, the Eurozone. I would like to increase, I mostly want alignment here in the Eastern European side, but raising the stability level would help suppress terror groups and such. So which one do? We do intel. We only really have one target for the intel in the region. Yeah, let's attempt to stabilize. Take action. That one. Oh, fail. All right. No negative consequences, just failed to improve the situation. All right, now we're moving to Korea. So, evaluate tension. He has 2 tension counters in North Korea here. He's going to flip them over. It totaled 2. He had 2 +1s. No change in the relationships. Oh, this is South Korea. Sorry. So this is us doing joint actions with South Korea. So let's definitely... He's only got 1 tension counter. That's actually really good for the current situation. Japan's pretty tense with all the things that China did. I'm going to go ahead and do the humanitarian aid again, at least once. Drop Middle East, get Africa down to 1. Now let's focus on the Middle East. That is such a problem spot. Success. Down it goes. We got it down to 0. Now we just need to get rid of some of those terror groups. Get some troops moved over to South Asia. All right, for the second one, I think, so stabilizing the region over here. They're already at 6. They do have terror groups. Let's get the terror groups. Let's get intel on the terror groups. All right, that one first, the level 2. So we've got them up on the board now, and I'll explain why that's important in a bit. It is now going through and checking unstable states, and we're going to have to make some dice rolls. So Roll a d10 once for each unstable state counter in the region. And bad things can happen here. On a good roll, a low roll, it removes the unstable state. 4 to 8's no change. High rolls are bad. Civil war breaks out, or it becomes a rogue state, which is the really bad part. And we don't want that. Unfortunately, we've got a +1 DRM because the stability is low. We haven't increased the stability there enough. So it's going to add 1 to the die roll. We got a nice low number, though. So remove the unstable state. That's awesome. Central America is clear of unstable states. Moving to South America. Same thing. Another good low roll. Oof, I like it. All right, there we go. The rogue groups, the allies and rogue groups A category is complete. So now we're moving to our POTUS cabinet focus. If we go down to our turn chart, we are now on the lower portion, which is now covered up by the token. Oh, there we go. Nope, that shows the token. I can't get it to show the board underneath the token, and I can't move the token. It's kind of an interface problem. It'd be nice to know what that section is. I mean, it kind of tells you here. So we're going to roll a d6 for each of our focus priorities. That's this section here, the POTUS cabinet focus. So when we started, we set these in a particular order. I picked the order, and it's going to start at the bottom and we're going to work our way up. We're going to roll a die for each one of these. Only a 1 will succeed here, a 1 or 2 here, a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 through 4, and 1 through 5. So whatever you put on the highest priority has the most likelihood of actually triggering positively. All right, now the exception is if we had any tension markers, and there's various reasons why tension markers might show up. If a tension marker is issued, it always starts in the bottom space, and if there's already one there, it goes to the next one available and works its way up. And you're not allowed to roll on that one when this priority comes up, or this sequence. So, rolling for the number 6 priority, this bottom one here, which is our Homeland Security priority. If we succeed and we roll a 1, decrease 1 terror group in the U.S. by 1 level. If none, you get +1 to Homeland Security and -2 to public approval. We rolled a 1. Look at that. Hopefully that continues. So Homeland Security got an increase. And unfortunately, public approval went down. Next one, we succeed on a 1 or 2. If we succeed, we get -1 to a domestic crises level. If already at 0, which it's not, we're at level 1, we would get some APs, some action points. This is where you could add some action points. One of the few places you can get it. We failed. So, next up, priority 4. We are on the public press relations. So either +3 to public approval or +1 to public approval and +1 to media relations. So media relations is tracked down here. It's got a natural 1 or per turn that we check this chart push downward. So we do want to keep it pushed up and we get a few opportunities to do so. So I would take the +1 and +1 as opposed to getting 2 on the public approval. So let's go ahead and see what we roll. Another failure. Come on now. We rolled a 1 and the one I cared less about. Let's not fail all the ones I actually care about. So now we're trying to improve relations with Congress. So that is right over down here. Relations with Congress. Important to push that up for a number of gameplay reasons, mostly having to do with getting bipartisan cooperation and passing legislation. Oh my God. Please see the beginning of the video where I explain about my dice rolling capabilities. I was not joking. There were no humor involved. All right, so we're down to this one. Hey, we finally got one. So place an improving economy marker on the U.S. state of the economy, which we're already improving, which is going to push us up to the final top level. That is a great place to be. If we can hold it there, I will forgive the failure of all these other ones. All right, the top one, only a 6 will fail. We succeeded. So 1 to 3, place an improving marker on the cabinet effectiveness track. 4+, +3 presidential action points. So the cabinet effectiveness track is going to get an improving marker. It's hard to move that. That's one of those that takes a couple of phases to move. What? Oh, man. Double roll again. So we succeeded on the roll, but then we had a roll for this, and we got the presidential action points. So we're up to 19. All right, I would have preferred the cabinet effectiveness, but yeah, it's a double roll. You have to double roll to see if you succeed, and then you roll on the chart to see which benefit you get. All right, I mean, 3 action points is really important. It's really good, so that's fine. All right, moving on decrease relations with the media. This is where it pushes downward. Don't like that. That can have far-reaching effects. All right, so we're on a phase now. We have moved to the next sequence. So we've done the -1 to the media relations. We now can do 2 domestic actions, any 2 we want, specifically domestic. And then we're going to go into the legislative segment where the sausage is made. All right, what do we want to do? So we're limited to the domestic, or I haven't shown at the bottom here. We have a couple of others that I don't often have to go to. You can basically trade an existing action to store an action point. You can spend 2 action points to take an action from any category. So I have 2 action points now that I'm restricted to the domestic. If I absolutely had to get something done somewhere in the world in a military or the diplomacy sections, I could spend my 2 to get 1 action in one of the other categories. And then I can also ask for the resignation if we got a really terrible cabinet member. So we're not going to worry about that. A lot of domestic stuff. Let's go look at our domestic priorities. So here's our CONUS area. We do have a level 1 lingering domestic issue that we want to get resolved. We've got a level 1 domestic crisis it would be great to get rid of. We've got our very close ties with Canada. We don't need to raise that. That's pretty much it on the domestic side. So other actions we can do, attempt to stimulate the economy. We're at the highest level, but we could still put an increasing token on it. That way, if we got a -1, it would just remove the increasing and keep us in the category a little longer. So we could still do it. We're not at the tippy top level, basically. We have a half step that we could still increase it. We can address the domestic crisis that I just showed you. We can try to improve our relations with Congress. Very important one. So I do want to get this bumped up as far as I can, because it acts as the target number when we make checks against relations with Congress. It'll say, all right, you have to make a relations with Congress check, and whatever number you're token on, that's the number you have to hit in order to succeed. So the higher you can push it on the track, the higher the target number is, because you always want to roll low. So it gives you more room to succeed. So that's why these numbers going low, like the media here, can be a problem. You want to make sure you try to address that. So that's another one of the actions. We've got improved relations, party fundraising, and support. That's basically your party relations track. That would be this one over here. Party relations track. This controls how many friends you're allowed to have in Congress. The higher your party relations are, you get more friends, but it has some negative connotations to being too far to the right. Centric is pretty good. You're not risking negative legacy points and not getting reelected by your party or put up for reelection by your party if you're at the very far end. So you want to avoid being at the far left. But 5 to 6, I'm usually happy with. I don't push beyond that. 2, 3, 4 friends is plenty. The number below that is, what is that number? That's how many, I don't remember if that's action point bonus. It gives you a bonus somewhere, but I forget which one it represents. It's been too long, but it's good to have. And again, I can't see the number under it. There's a number, but I can't see under it. So critical for your reelection. If it's in the lowest boxes, yeah, you won't get reelected. Oh, it's how much your base will support you during the core support check. All right, yeah, that's complicated. That's later. I'm not going to worry about explaining that. So that's the party fundraising support. We don't have any terror targets, so they're grayed out. We don't have a tension counter, so it's not there. Encouraged bipartisanship. That's a big one, but we're already on the best current results, so we don't need that. That is right here. We're already in the cooperative far right box, so this controls how many bills can be introduced. Discredit, dissuade congressional opponents. So if I wanted to try to get rid of, like, Lucio Ramos, he's really powerful. I could make an attempt to discredit him. It could kick back on me, though, if we get a bad die roll. So you got to be careful with that one. So as we note here, 4+, exposed dirty tricks. Congress is angry. -1 relations with Congress. So we've got a plus or a -1 DRM, and it's a D6. Always make sure you know that whether you're rolling a D6 or a D10. Those are the only 2 possibilities, but make sure you know which one you're doing. Otherwise, the numbers might look weird. And we need a 2 or less for success on a D6. So with a -1 DRM, we need a 3 or less. So we'd have a 50% chance of success, but a 2 out of 6 chance, 1/3 chance of having it kick back on us. So Let's, well, I'll think about that one. I would really like to get rid of that guy. That would be really awesome to get rid of that guy. I'm tempted. What else we got? Presidential presence. So raise your rating on the media relations, which I also need to do, and public approval tracks. So one action with an optional cost of 1 AP for a -1 DRM. Now, action is different from AP. Action is my limited number of actions I'm allowed to take. AP is this special political capital points that I can spend to get die roll modifiers or make rerolls. All right, let's do, I might do that. Hey, we do have the orator or media savvy attribute. So when we created our president initially, we have the orator. So because we have that trait, we're getting that -1 DRM on this particular roll. So that's slanting the odds in our favor for that one. Might do that. And there's corralling the cabinet. Try to raise your cabinet effectiveness. Very powerful, very important. It's also one of the harder ones to raise. So that is this one here, and we're not in a great spot. I'd like to get that pushed over. So, determine how much effort you'll have to invest in managing domestic crises, both immediate and lingering. Also awards extra action points at the start of each year. So the number at the bottom of the wherever that's on the track is how many extra action points you get at the beginning of the year. So, use to corral the cabinet action, PM3, in order to try to improve that. And it does use trending markers, so even if I succeed, it's not going to move. It's just going to get the upward trending. But another really important one to do. We only get to do 2 things. I think I'm going to try to get rid of the domestic crisis. Clean up America. We'll do that for 1. So let's go ahead and select that. We've got a -1 DRM because of our vice president or chief of staff's domestic rating. Go ahead and take that action. Roll the die. We got a terrible number. We failed. Another failure. And for our second action that hopefully will succeed, let's do presidential presence. Try to get our media approval up. Dang it. A lot of failure. All right, so here we go. This one gets kind of complicated because now I do have bipartisan cooperation, so we're going to get to do some things. And this one is probably the hardest one to parse from memory. One of the hardest things. This and the wars, how to prosecute and get those done, are probably the most complicated parts of the base gameplay. So I'll be reading through some of this myself to remind me how it works, but we're going to be doing first congressional maneuvering and drama. We're going to roll a d6, apply any DRMs, a maximum of +or -3, and apply the result. Then, if the current bipartisan cooperation is in the leftmost box, the bad side, we make a second roll thereafter. So a lot of drama when we're on the far left side. So let's just go ahead and roll. We have -2 for the DRM on a d6, so that's good. It's shading out to things that are not possible with the die roll currently, so that's a useful UI thing. So we can only get these things. So the worst case is special interest mount media campaign against your bill. I'm not sure what the congressional agenda does. We want a 2 or a 1 or less. So, and we got a 3. So, congressional agenda, add a new bill matching the highest public priority that isn't already in the pending bills area to the 0 box. As opponents legislation. See, we didn't want that. If the bill is one of your administration's 3 priorities plus 2 APs, if all public priority bills are already in the pending bills area, move one opponent's bill left 1 box. All right, so it has added the job creation package. So, up here, that was the first priority in our public legislation priorities, the job creation package. But it's being put forward by my opponents. That's not what I needed. I needed to get that in there myself. All right, so it's done the first section. Now we have, if the bill is one of your 3 priorities, plus 2 APs. It is, because we matched our priorities, so we jump up to 21. So at least we got that out of it. And then if all public priority bills are, they're not. So that one's not going to fire. All right, next up. Calculating the total number of bills to introduce. Available spots for pending bills is 4, which is the 5 max pending, and we currently have 1, so total of 4. Bills to be introduced from bipartisan cooperation limited by available slots is 2. It is split party control in Congress currently. They'll alternate in choosing which bills to introduce. So roll a d6 to see who goes first. So even, we go first. Odd, opposing party goes first. Odd. He gets to pick first. Dang it. That means he gets 2 of them in there. And did he pick number 2? Of course he picked number 2. All right, so he got cybersecurity in. Now we get to pick. And my number 3 priority is privacy legislation, so that's where we're going. Privacy legislation. Okay, next up, we've got bills in legislation. So adjust public approval and media relations. Total media rating of congressional friends is 0. Notice how that guy has a +2 media? That's why I want to get rid of him, because I don't have any media bonus. So we are at a negative consequence here. So -2 public approval. They're putting the spin on it. Man, we're dropping fast on public approval. Next up. Once again, it's looking at those numbers. Adjust bipartisan cooperation. There are more moderates, which pushes cooperation to the right, but we're already maxed out. Legislative momentum. Number of your, not opponents' bills passed and signed this segment. There's not ever going to be any passed in the first round. We all propose now, but then they're going to come up the next time we do the legislative segment. So, not possible for anything to happen here. So that's the end of it. All right, so that's the start of one of the complicated sections. I mean, basically, it's just you want to eliminate the congressional opponents, operators, legitimately and through smear campaigns and so on. You want to keep yours and try to increase the number of yours so you can have the higher numbers. You can have moderates to push bipartisan cooperation so you can get more bills in. Preferably, you would be submitting the bills. Who submits the bill is going to be important when they actually get passed. If they do get passed, the rewards go, the lion's share go to the side that actually proposed the bill and got it passed. We could try to tank it and then have it come around again later where we propose it. So I'm a little fuzzy on that whole process. It's been a long time. And like I said, it's one of the more complicated processes, but that's how it starts. First round through, it's just getting some bills proposed, assuming there's enough cooperation to do so. All right, we are on draw a random crisis chit. So, yep, this is just going to be a one-time deal. 2 event cards coming up. We got the 9/11 anniversary speech spurs an outpouring of patriotism and cooperation. We got a good event. So, worst result, randomly remove 1 congressional opponent. No, I don't want it to be random. I want it to be you specifically pick 1 congressional opponent. Darn it. I mean, I'll take it. All right, so first we get some public approval and a relations with Congress boost. That's just straight up, so it's going to check mark those and move the markers. So we got a couple of bumps there. Our RWC goes up 1. Relations with Congress. Now we're down to the move bipartisan cooperation, 1 box right. It's already maxed out still. And now roll a d10. Please roll. I'm fine with any of them. If we roll 7 to 10, fingers crossed we get rid of that media guy. But any of them's fine. We got the we got the domestic crisis resolved. All right, I failed on that earlier, so that's fine. Now we just need to clean up that lingering domestic, and we're clean in the U.S. All right, that event is complete. Next event. Collapse of Swiss UBS banks sends shockwaves across Europe, threatens governments. That is not a good thing. Decrease Eurozone state of the economy track by 1 box and +2 regional crisis in Eurozone, +2 in Eastern Europe. Damn. 4-point shift on those things? Ow. That sucks. That's going to be so much work to get rid of. That is a rough one, and that pushes Eastern Europe to the brink. And Russia's got its turn coming up. I can almost guarantee we're going to get a major event if I don't immediately get that knocked back down again. Okay, and the worsening economy for us. That's why I said it would have been great if we could have got a positive economy slant that would have basically brought us back to neutral instead of being on the downward trend. And Russia's also being affected. Okay, so they lost their positive trend. Next section, So this is a skipped area. They don't have focused national intelligence implemented apparently currently. So this one and this one to just skip right over. So we're down here, big one. Any 4 diplomatic and or military actions. Oh, I got so much stuff I got to get done. That Eastern Europe problem really kind of messed with my hoped for actions right now. Because I want to get... I'm not going to get... I'm going to hope to have enough points to maybe get a 2-to-1 advantage by the time this triggers to get us shifted 1 to the left on the war track. And then I'm hoping to have a 3-to-1 advantage when we hit this one and get it the second point on that track and then end the war in this first year. That's my goal. But to do that, I got to spend multiple military actions to relocate U.S. forces into the area. So on this circumstance where I can do any 4 of either diplomatic or military, I would love to counter those domestic, those crises that just happened in Europe. But I got to get certain things done. So we're going to go ahead and bring this up. And we're going to scroll down to military. And I'm going to say to move or deploy U.S. forces, move non-carrier forces. And I'm going to relocate this heavy army group from Eurozone. And we are going to move them into Central South Asia to increase our forces in the region against the Taliban. Now, when you do that, they flip to this in-transit side. I have to spend another action in order to flip it over to its fully deployed side. So it's a 2-action payment I have to make, essentially, to get these guys in region and then ready to fight. So, and I don't think I can do it the same turn. Maybe I can, but I'm not in a hurry. I got a little bit of time still. So I've mentioned how important knowing the timing of things are. If we go look at the turn sequence, my opportunities to get stuff done are now for the war stuff. This one is any 3, and that's it. So that's domestic only. So I've only got these 2 where I can get all the movement done that I want to try to do before we have to do the war progress check. So I need to get some Marines over here as well. We've got a carrier group in the Indian Ocean that's putting 2 points into the region, or that I can tell to put 2 military points into the region when we make the check. But I need to get some Marine Corps guys in there. So over here in America, we've got the USMC I can transport over. I have to send them to the carrier group first, and then I have to move them to the actual deployment zone. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to do another military move, much as I want to solve the other problems. We're going to move or deploy. This time we are going to either reposition carriers or move USMC forces. We're going to pick that. We're going to deploy it to there. We get to make 2 moves when we do these for this particular action. So I'm going to bring in a second. Do I bring in from the Middle East? I don't need the carrier group. I don't think we're going to have a hot spot in... I'm not allowed to move the armor heavies, but I think I can move the USMC. Let's bring them in also. All right, so that's my 2 moves for that action. 2 remaining. I need to both get that flipped with an action, and then I need 1 more action to get those in theater. And that should give me enough to get a 2-to-1 advantage when we trigger. So that's going to be 2 actions that I'm going to plan on taking. It would have to happen here if I don't use it now, but I'm really scared about this problem, that this just jumped 2 spaces, knowing that Russia is coming up in their turn. So they're going to fire right here. And we got a lot of other bad things going to be happening between now and then. So I'm going to spend 1 of these trying to reduce the crisis level here. So let's do diplomacy. Back up here. Crisis relief. Prevent regional crises. We're going to try to lower the level here. We got a -1 DRM from our sec state. And we need a 6 or less. We got it. All right, that backs it down slightly. And then I think for my last one, now that we succeeded at that, I'm going to go ahead and do the military move again. I really hope it lets me undo or flip over that that armor, or heavy army group. Nope, it will not let me. That's not good. Well, I guess we're bringing in the Marine Corps. Oh, no, I picked the other one. I can't bring in the Marine Corps with this action. Let's back this up. So if I can't do that now, I think... Yeah, let's go ahead and take the other action. And we'll get the Marine Corps on site. All right, so they're on site, and they're on their full strength side. The 3-point side instead of the 2-point plain symbol side. So all I need to do now is I need one action. Oh, sorry, over here. I need one action to flip this. Don't let me forget to flip this armor heavy unit. I need that 6 points. All right, we're on crisis chit. So we've moved. I hate it when I can't zoom. It locks the zoom when you hit certain things. So it dropped us to here. So we finished this one. Now we're on draw bad chit. And this is one where it's going to cascade again, where we'll probably have to draw multiple times. Uh-oh. Cascading event with a plus. So, Japan clashes with China over disputed islands. Not good. So, if no China influence in Asia Pacific, ignore event, then discard. Unfortunately. Same as from Crisis deck. Plus increased China-Japan conflict track. So that's going over to the war track. And it's dropped it to 3. And finally, trending anti-US on China. All right, so trending anti-US. Next up. 2 cards and another plus. We've got jihadists flock to Eastern Europe. I just fixed that. Now they get another level 2 terror group and a crisis goes back up. Damn it. Rude. Not cool, game. Not cool. Stay out of Eastern Europe. Economic crisis in China. Banks over leveraged. So unfortunately that's going to hit us as well because we're such a large trading partner with China. So their state of economy tracks going down a box. That's like do not pass go, do not collect 200. That's just go straight down. They also get a -1 AP counter, so they'll have less actions during their turn or their next turn, and we get the worsening economy, which is going to drop our economy from the top slot. Oh, damn it. It's so hard to get that up there and keep it up there. Next up. And one more crisis card, and then we're done with that section. Increasing pirate attacks target energy supply lines through the Strait of Malacca. So, regional crisis is going up. Asia Pacific. And 1 level 1 and 1 level 2 terror group. Tensions counter on China, Japan, ROK, Australia, and India. I could spend 2 points to send the U.S. Navy to enhance security. If I don't, we get an additional regional crisis or trending anti-U.S. counter. So I can avoid those if I spend the 2 APs. All right. Well, we don't have any control over this other than making a decision on spending. So increase the crisis level. Check. Adding terror groups, which it did. Adding tension, which it has. It is doing. Oh, so much tensions. I'm going to go ahead and spend the 2 AP, so it's deducting from my total action points. Next up. Oh, it's Oh, it's done. All right. Any 3 actions. So, again, I got to be careful to use one of these to make sure I get everything done on my war movements for the war progress. So, very first thing. Domestic, diplomatic, military. Move or deploy U.S. military. Non-carrier. Let me flip that army group over, please. All right, they are out of transit mode into readiness for combat. So now I can pick anything else I want. What's the situation? Once again, I got to back Eastern Europe off the crisis, so I'm going to do one action there, and that's going to leave me one more. So, know for sure. Nope, that's domestic. I know for sure we're going to do that, so let's get it done. All right. Come on, you. Success. Crisis. Knock down one level again. Now what, though? We don't have anybody on the brink, but as you've seen, certain events can pop up, or a combination of events could fire off that can push it multiple levels on the track. So we're definitely not safe. And I haven't done anything in the Middle East yet other than get the crisis level down. I haven't been able to get any stability increases done. Haven't been able to reverse the regional alignment. I haven't gotten any of the terror groups up on the intel track. That's what you do with terror groups. You got certain actions you can take that puts them up on this intel track, and depending on what position they're in, you have different actions that you can take. This one, there's not a lot of choices. I think you can do a drone attack on this one. You can do drone and airstrike here, and on this one you can send in special forces. And the chances of success or less blowback increases, I believe, the further down the track you go. So you want to get the highest number of terror groups into this position and then send the special forces in. There's less chances of a negative roll causing diplomatic repercussions. So that's what we want to do with these things. They're going to keep growing and increasing based on the stability level. It has max numbers on the top and bottom, maximum number of civil wars. And I think this is, I think it's the max number of terror groups, but they increase, they kind of combine together to get higher and higher levels and then turn into unstable states and then turn into the rogue states and civil wars, and it just gets messy. So I haven't been able to clean anything else up. We've had to do too many other problems we've been fixing. Whole bunch of tension over here in Asia Pacific with some of the events that have fired up. Poor Japan's going to have a freak out. They get a lot of tension. That's going to negatively impact our ability to do joint operations with them if we don't try to help take care of that. China's also stacking up a ton of them, so we're going to have a really rude second China turn when it rolls through. Not a lot on Russia, but they haven't taken their turn yet either. They're going to put a lot of pressure over here, which is why I'm really worried. So, domestically, we've covered our crises, and we've just got this one lingering domestic issue. I could let that sit. That's not a priority like some of the other stuff going on. I would love to do some work home here on increasing a few things, or trying to remove this guy. I need to get my cabinet effectiveness up. Our media is still low. Yuck. What to do? I think I need to keep my focus outward at the moment. Let's try, I don't have the alignment to 7 yet, which would let me remove Russia influence marker. I really need to get rid of this. If he gets too many of these here, he'll set up a base, which has permanent long-term effects. So, do I work on that or just drop it another crisis level? Let's do the alignment. We haven't done that yet. I'm not really playing so much to hyper optimize and win as much as kind of showcase the gameplay and how the digital implementation works. At this point, you have a pretty good idea, I think, for anybody that's stuck around this long. But, I'll show off a few things, whereas I might choose a different thing for my own separate play. So, tab to bring this list back up again. It's always tab to move it away and bring it back up. We're not doing domestic. We are going to improve region alignment. So if we look at the details on it, improve regional alignment to prevent auto loss and increase your end of turn score in order to raise your public approval and gain legacy points. When, during an activation segment which diplomatic actions can be taken, choose a region, make a regional alignment check, place a trending pro-US counter on the alignment track. On a pass, on a fail, it's no effect. And again, it's taking the number that it's currently at as your target number. So the lower it goes, the harder it is to reverse the problem. So yeah, and if you roll a 10 star A natural unmodified 10. Trending anti-US counter. We don't want that. Take the action. And we are going to pick this track here. I need to get it to 7 because you have to have it there in order to take the action to try to remove the Russian influence. You have to have enough regional alignment towards the U.S. interest in order to be able to push that. So, all right, come on, die roll. Awesome. Up it goes. Oh, that's right. It doesn't go up. We just get the trending positive. I get to get one more on that in order for it to actually go. Now it's doing a core support check. It's adjusting public approval according to our core support. If public approval is greater than 40%, move it down a number of boxes equal to core support or until you hit 40. If it's a less than 40%, you go the other direction. So our current public approval is 34. Core support's 1. It's going to increase by 1. Bump. All right, next up. That is the core support check, the lower portion of that segment. So now we are on our first instance of terror and chaos. Just going to roll a die, 1 to 5. We do the terror stuff. 6 to 10, we do the chaos stuff. We're doing terror stuff. All right. Terror acts procedure. +1 regional crisis to any region with a rogue state. We've got at least one of those because we've got the Taliban out there. Hello, South Central Asia. We're back up to the nearly major crisis. Next up on the list, consolidate the networks. Each region where there are at least 2 level 1 terror groups, remove 1 set and replace them with a level 2. If the 2 level 1 groups are on the intel track, put the level 2 terror group on the lower box. All right, so it's going to go look at all the places that have multiples, and it's upgrading them basically. So upgrading. That it. The terror acts table. Rolling a d10. Roll of 1. New terror groups. Roll for a random region. Add a level 1 terror group into it. Then do this again. Okay. So all the regions have a die at the top. It's just going to randomly roll. And whatever region comes up, according to their dice, that's where this is going. Number 10. I don't need more Asia Pacific. Stop it. This place is getting to be a problem. Oh my God. The game's got it in for me. A level 3 terror group. All right. Now they're trying to export terror. So there is a rogue state on the board. I have about had it with these 10s. High rolls are terrible. So many high rolls. All right. Well, we made it out of that section. Time to draw another one of these chits. We have B, C, and D left. We drew a C. Who's in the C group? First one up is Australia. So they have 3 tension counters that they flipped, or they flipped 2 and have a total of 3 points. Didn't change anything. Joint actions is 2. We are going to do humanitarian aid, which is lowering the regional crisis, but it's got a much better success chance. It only fails on a 9+. And we are absolutely going back into Central South Asia to try to back them down. Success. And now we can try to remove stress in their region, stabilize the region, or get intel on terror groups. So I forget which regions are considered kind of in their sphere. I don't know if it's just Asia Pacific or if they extend to like South Central Asia. I'm pretty sure they don't go to Africa. I guess I could pick and back it out before I actually pick anything, but I mean, we've got, you know, tons of trouble here anyway. We got terror groups to deal with. We got tension to deal with. Let's keep it domestic. Let's do, what is the stabilization? They're at crisis level 2. Might deal with that. So region stability is this one here, is what that's going to affect, not crisis level. Let's do intel. Let's try to get some of these terror groups up on the track. Target any terror group, 2 different if UK or Israel in the region. So take the action. It is only listing in this specific region. All right. I'm going to pick the level 3 that's already on the track. And that pushes them next one over. Evaluate tension, no change. Determine joint actions, 2. Okay, so we can do the humanitarian aid any region again, which I probably will do. Could try the intel to keep moving other terror groups either up onto the track or get that one over to the target fixed box. I don't think we need to de-escalate yet. Let's definitely take this one. It's just going to be a constant push between my actions and the ally actions to keep these crises levels managed. I am still fearful of Russia's turn coming up. Let's try to get this pushed further. Success. Okay, then I think it's going to be... How much stress do we have in the region? Oh, we need to help Japan out. Japan is freaking out. All right, let's remove stress. Oh, it's from this ally specifically. I have to wait till Japan's turn to take stress off of Japan. I can't do it from the ally position. All right. They've only got... I'm not sure if that's 1 or none. They got not many, so we're not going to do stress. I guess we'll do intel. Why did you move to the Middle East? Oh, I'm on Israel now. Never mind. We're not on Australia anymore. We've jumped to Israel. That's why we're on the Middle East. Well, that changes things. Back. So, Israel... Don't have any stress currently, but we got a lot of terror, of course, in the Middle East. We've got Russia and China influence. We got unstable states, a civil war. Only one action remaining, huh? So, yeah, we need to do intel. Let's get that terror group up on the board. And that terror group up on the board. All right, no change from the tension. India's going. So, that's right. We're estranged with India. So we got less joint actions. Oh, we get no joint actions? We get no joint actions. We were at -1 total. Ouch. I really need to get India back. Okay. That means, like we had with the other allies, we're losing out on opportunities to do joint actions with them to reduce crises and do intel and so on. So we need to try to get India back if we can with some diplomacy. All right, so we're checking unstable states. So it's going around the board, it's looking at each unstable state, and we're going to make some dice rolls to see what happens with them. So a low roll removes them. 4 to 8, no change. 9 or 10, civil war. And 11 plus, they become a rogue state. So we've got a +1 DRM currently. 6 is no change. The next one. We got like, I don't know, 6 or 8 of these, so we're going to be going through a lot of these. Another no change. Jeez. Come on now. That's not what we needed. Holy crap. That is really bad. Okay, I could have done without another 10 roll. So we're up to 3 domestic actions. Then we've got an event shit drawn, and then the first war progress. So we get to pay attention to the home systems, or the home counters and tokens and tracks. So our problem spots are low cabinet effectiveness. We don't have any tensions to worry about to try to solve, get these improved. We got good bipartisan cooperation. That's a good thing. I'm just not happy that they got to put the first 2 bills up for legislation. Our economy is okay-ish. It would have been nice if we could have hold it, but we lost multiple levels there. Media relations, I got to get working on as well. I think I'm just going to leave that lingering domestic issue. I got too many other problems. So we can try to stimulate the economy, which, you know, it's a pass-fail, and it just increases, gives us the improving economy marker. So it'd take 2 of them in order to get it to go up to that 7 value again. Let's do the media relations one. Let's do that first. So, party fundraising? Nope, not party fundraising. Presidential presence. That's the one. Media relations and public approval. I'm not spending an AP on it. Hey, look at that. We got a 0. So, we got public approval bump. Really helpful. And our media relations is going up. Also helpful. Next up. 2 to go. Let's do corralling the cabinet. This one I am going to spend a point on. This one's hard to move. So I'm going to spend one of my precious AP down here in the bottom left. We got a -2 on the roll. We want, oh my God, we got to roll super low. Like I said, this one's tough. Ouch. Oh, it's a D6. Never mind. I forgot which die I'm rolling. I told you earlier, always make sure you know what die you're rolling. I thought I was rolling a D10. I was looking at those numbers going, holy crap, how am I going to make that? So we got a 1 result. We didn't get the 0 or less. I was really hoping for that first one there, but we did get the improving counter. So it's on the upward move. We got 1 action remaining. I could do another one, and if we succeed, it would get pushed up. So do we do that one? Don't need bipartisan. Let's try the dirty politics. I think I've got all the bad rolls behind me. Guaranteed good roll here. No blowback. No dirty tricks exposed. Spend the AP. Get rid of this Yahoo. Yes. Back in the cup with you, buddy. Yay! All right. 1 chit and only 1 chit. Now the chit might say multiple events, but it's just 1 chit. 2 event cards. Coming on up. What do we got? North Korea mobilizes, threatens to attack. Increase the conflict track, put 2 tension counters on both Koreas and 1 tension counter on China. Not like they don't have enough already. All right, 2 more stages and then war breaks out. Puts more tension counters down. At least Japan didn't get any. China's up to 10. Ouch. Next event. Hundreds of high-tech air and naval drones ready to deploy. So we get to increase one of our strategic capability boxes, either naval or air force. We get 2 public approval. And then again, tension counters on China, 1 on China and 1 on Russia. Okay. What do we want to increase? So it's either air or naval. Yeah, air or naval. So this one, which we are even with China, or naval, we're ahead. Let's try to increase air. Or it does increase air. So that one. All right, we're back in the lead there. Give me my public approval. And more tension. At least Russia doesn't have a huge amount with this turn coming up. All right, here we go. The fun part. Select a war to progress. That one. Now we have the opportunity to do a cyber attack. So I am going to target the rogue state for a cyber attack. We're going to roll a d10. We're going to hope we don't get a high number. We want a really low number for a major success, preferably. We have a -1 DRM. The other possibilities, we can get up to a -4 or a +3 at max. So to match the difference, if Russia or China has a greater cyber strategic capability, they don't. Up to -3 to match the difference if the U.S. has greater cyber strategic capability than both of them. We don't. We're even on one of them, so we don't get either of these. The further ahead you are, it denotes how much of a difference or a bonus or a negative you get. We are going against North Korea, Iran, or a rogue state, and it's not a joint attack with an ally. -2 if Israel. So, -1 on the DRM. We want as low a number as possible. That is not a low number. It is still a success, but just barely. Attack disrupts rogue state funding and recruitment operations. Decrease a terror group in the region by 1 level. You know, let's take out 1 level of that number 2. All right, next. Another one. So this time, oh, this is how the target's going to react. So we did the attack, and now they're going to react. A 5 middle roll. Rogue state accuses the U.S. of a cyber attack. Most of the world has no reaction. Many privately thank the U.S. for its efforts. You get a little bit of public approval, but another tensions counter on one of the opponents. So, public approval bump. Roll the die. That's North Korea again. Okay. That's it for the cyber attack phases. Effect of war on the region. It increases the regional crisis level. So, +1 to that. If U.S. war, place a military footprint counter in the region. These are bad. The more troops you have in the region, the more of these footprint counters you get. And at a certain point, a little bit later, we're going to flip these over, and various, not good things for U.S. interests are going to happen. So we want to be out of here as quick as possible. Get our forces back to, our allies' territories, so we don't have our giant U.S. military footprints all over the place. Select a carrier for Marines, or select a carrier or Marine support. So right now we have a carrier in the Indian Ocean. It could support multiple regions. It can support both Africa, Central South Asia, or Middle East. I have to pick one, and then it can't be used for the other ones. But we are only going to be fighting here, so yes, please. Add your 2 points. Okay, so we managed to get a 2-to-1 strength ratio. I couldn't get to 21. I can't remember if there's a way of getting to 21, but even if there was a way, I was scrambling to try to keep other crises under control, so I usually try to go for a 2-to-1 for this first matchup, and then I will have enough to get one more force in the area to get us up to 3-to-1 for the second war check. But here's the roll. So we want a 1 or less on a D10 with a -2. So if we can roll a 3 or lower on this D10, we're going to win the war right here. A 2 to 4, it's going to move 1 space to the left, which doesn't quite win the war. It gets us to this position. 5 to 7, no move, and both lose 1 strength point. And an 8 plus, it's 1 attack, no movement still, but the attacker takes a 1 point loss. Please be low. Please be low. Oh, awesome. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I forgive a lot of those 10s we were rolling earlier for this one. All right, so combined air-ground war strength ratio. So 1 left, 2 defender loss. Status of conflict moves 1 step left. Oh, we didn't have it move 2 left? I thought it was 2 left, so we're not going to win right here. Dang it. You need 3-to-1, I think, to get the 2-space jump. But it's going to drop his strength to 5, which is going to give us the triple I need. And if we can bring just 2 more points in, that'll get us to a 4-to-1. So, and there's some chance he'll raise this, or I might lose this through other things, but probably it's going to stay 3-to-1 without me having to do anything. So we'll have a pretty good chance of finishing the war at the next war check and getting this over before the first year is out. Okay. Next, rally support for the war. Do I want to spend some AP, my political capital, to try to rally support? If we do, add 1 to the U.S. side strength, make an SOE check. If you pass, place an improving economy counter. So SOE, again, is always state of the economy. I would love to get an improving counter there. So basically, we add 1 to the U.S. side strength. So we'll go to 19. We'll be 1 shy of getting this to the 4-to-1 stage. And we'll get the counter. If we don't do it, then we take a public approval hit and we get a tensions counter put onto our cabinet focus area that blocks us from improving that bottom 6th option. We're going to spend the points. This is an area where I'm not going to be stingy. So, added 1 to the strength. So close. I would have loved to got that increased without me having to spend any more points. I think I can send an air unit in, maybe, with 1 action to get that up to the 4-to-1. I don't even remember if the chart goes to 4-to-1. This is part of where, without the rule books and the manuals and the pamphlets from the physical game, since there's nothing represented in game that you could go look at, I have the manuals right here next to me on a table. I could pull the manual out and look to see, does the chart even go to 4-to-1? Because if not, I'm totally wasting actions sending more troops there. If it caps at 3-to-1, then it's wasted opportunities and actions. And that's an area where they're going to need to do something. Because that's a very important distinction and decision that you need to make. You're so starved for actions with so many crises going on. So I think that's going to be a problem spot interface-wise if they're not incorporating access to the actual charts that are being used. Even if you just have to press a key to like bring up a graphic image of the actual chart from the second edition rulebook for whatever action is being rolled on. So you can see that kind of info. All right, so I said yes. Make an SOE check. So whenever it says make a check, you go look at your status on the column where it's 6. So 6 is my target number on this check. We failed. Damn it. Good with the bad. Civil War Resolution Broker Peace Table. All right, so is this part of the where are we at? Oh yeah, Wars and Civil Wars check. So it's part of the whole war progress thing. Okay, so Civil War Resolution, Broker Peace. Again, we're just rolling here. 5 or less is good. 8 or higher, they renew the fighting in the Civil War. Yeesh. Come on now. Another Civil War. Okay, ceasefire. That's great. Replace the Civil War counter with a Civil War ceasefire. Decrease the regional crisis by a box. Put UN peacekeepers, or UN/regional peacekeepers, under the Civil War ceasefire counter. Remove an Iranian influence counter if present. If 1 AP was spent to perform improve this role, gain a goodwill charter, or a goodwill counter. Okay, so we now have the Civil War ceasefire going on here. Next one. Fighting intensifies. More crises. 6 result for stability check. And another crises. Cannot keep these people happy no matter what. Everybody's so angry. Moving down. We are on the military or diplomatic actions. So we get to take 4. Military or diplomatic. So again, important to check the numbers and where we can take certain actions. We did well in our first war progress check. I would like to spend at least 1 action, just getting 1 or 2 more points moved into that region. Assuming there's a 4-to-1. One second. Well, I paged through something. I can't remember if there is a 4-to-1 on this. Where in this book is that chart? Diplo, regional, Civil War, military charts. Nope, not that one. War progress. That's what I need. Show me the money. I remember it was, I thought, towards the back. Combat shorts, war combat table. That's what I need. It goes to 4-to-1. All right, so it stops at 4-to-1. That's the farthest column. All right, so it would benefit me to get just a couple more military points into that region to try to guarantee our result. So I think I can get an Air Force unit in or an Army light group. We've got US there. One more. Well, if I try to send to the Marines, it'd be a 2-stage. I can't remember. I think they can fight from here, but they're at the 2-strength side, so maybe that'll do it. Do I have Marines anywhere else? I guess I could send another carrier into the area. That would also do it. Only are the carriers I got. I might need to apply. We got the carrier in on us. Yeah, let's just exert the combat strength from the carrier. So we're going to go ahead and do a military action. Move or deploy military forces, reposition carriers, and USMC. So I'm going to move that carrier to that engagement area. And that should be all I need to do. That'll get me 2 more points in here. So that should get me to 21, which will be 4 times with 1. Well, if that bumps up to 6, then we'll be at 3 times again. But I can't change the math enough to worry about that. All right. That's the only one I want to move. Skip the rest. Next up, we are back into having lots of crises. We're back on the brink there. Back on the brink in Africa. Back on the brink in Eurozone. Luckily, I don't need to do any military actions. There are some other military actions. We actually haven't looked at all of these. I could be trying to take out terror groups, which I really need to start doing. We've looked at move, deploy forces, arms sales, resupply, and training with an ally. So this will help strengthen relationships. So I could do this for India to try to increase our joint maneuvers with an ally. That one is the very close relationship. This one won't work on that. So that one is the alignment. Yeah, that's the alignment. And reduce the crisis level. Only in regions of the war or civil war, or where the U.S. has been at war at any time during the turn. So low roll, you get a trending pro-U.S. and a goodwill counter, which is you kind of turn in later for various benefits. Remove a military footprint. If there's none, you lower the regional crisis. All right. But an average one gets you also a regional crisis lowering. So high roll would be a problem. Then there's the drone strike airstrikes, which you can only do at certain levels of when you do intel on the terror groups. I think we got to do at least one of these points on crisis relief. Let's pick a hot spot. South Central Asia, because we know it's going to bump guaranteed when we roll around to the next war phase. And it might bump again in between then and now. So let's go ahead and do that one. Success. Ooh, got it all the way down to a 1. Nice. 2 more. More crisis relief. I do need to get the alignment up still. If I can get Eastern Europe up, we can then try that. So many crises, but I want to get this bumped up. So let's go ahead and do the alignment check. Take the action. This one right here, trying to push it to a 7. Failed. Urgh. Needed that. Let's try to get Eurozone back down. I really don't need a mess in the Eurozone. Doing all my actions on these crises reliefs, and they just keep getting pushed right back up again. We got a -2 DRM, which is good. Not a great roll, but at least it went down a box. All right. Done with that section. Now we're on SOE impact. So at this stage here in the turn sequence, it looks at where you're at on the state of the economy. And that is going to dictate how many economic assistance things you get to do. So we're at a stage of 6. We get 2 total economic assistance actions. Then we're also going to get these. We're going to get 1 AP and 1, I forget what the other one is. Whichever. So we can improve an ally relationship, or we can improve an alignment level. I think I'm going to combine that. Let's go ahead and get a regional alignment. We're going to do that, of course, where I was... Oh, yeah, we're going to do that right here. So that gets it without a die roll. Super important. We now hit our 7 number I need to try to remove this Russian influence. And then I'm also going to do improve ally relationship with India. We got to get India helped out here. Get them off of estranged. Back to close. So there's 1 level above that. There's very close. Okay, and then the impact. Update the game state as noted in the box to the right of the current state of economy. It's public approval and action points. So yeah, PA is public approval and AP is our action points. So we get one of each. Bumps us up a box and increases our AP count. Now we move on. Here's where it's going to get spicy again. Russia acts. All right, so proceed. You're looking at the, oh, it's moving to here to show me the victory track. It's saying, first thing they do is check for Russian victory. The answer is no. We haven't gotten to the Russian victory note here. In order to achieve that victory, the star means there's other things that it has to look at, and it needs a base in Eastern Europe. This is why I'm constantly fighting up here to get the alignment up so I can remove influence, because this, I think if he gets 3 of these and then he gets to his phase where he gets to take actions, he'll check how many he has, and that's when the base gets put down. So I'm fighting to raise alignment so I can then use an action to remove influence counters to prevent him from getting the base, because that's one of his victory conditions. Then it checks if he has a total of 9 or more influence on the map. And the base counts as 3. Then either Eurozone stability is less than 5, or NATO or the UK have ally relations worse than very close. So has he degraded our relationship with the Eurozone countries? And has he achieved his strategic objective? So that's what he's working towards. And it's similar for China. They have slightly different, of course. They don't care about Eastern Europe so much, but slight differences. But that's what's going on. It checks for victory first. Next up, we're going to roll through a bunch of things. It reveals the posture or the tension counters. You got a 4 total. That's going to mean current posture's 2, relations 2, so no change to the posture. He's still on posture 2, which is the more aggressive posture. Our preference would be to get him back to a 1. No change. He's going to reset. Yeah, he's redrawing half rounded up of the tension counters, so he's going to put those back in the cup and then redraw 2 to replace them. Moving on. He's going to try to improve his strategic capabilities. He gets 3 attempts. Make 2 if currently at posture 1, or 3 if at posture 2. So he's going heavy into improving his strategic capabilities. See how many times he succeeds. He needs a 1 through 4 to succeed. He has no modifier. So he failed on the first try. Failed on the second try. Failed on the third try. Well, that's great news for us. Now he's going to hit us with cyber incidents. He's got 2 espionage attempts. First he rolls to see what he's going to try to do. You got a 5, steal military secrets war plans. A, if possible, increase the strength of a U.S. opponent by 2 in any current war. Oh, no, no, no. Or U.S. allies opponent if no U.S. eligible opponent. Otherwise, increase NATO Russia's relative strength. Thank goodness. I was scared we were going to get the Taliban increased. All right, he gets another attempt. He rolls a 7. Same thing. I don't think you can raise that again. All right, he's trying to improve his economy. Result of an 8, no change. And again, there's a booklet for China and Russia. They just walk through a big checklist. And you do this manually if you have the physical copy of the game. Number of Russian actions is going to total 6. So this is a big list of things he can possibly do. You just start at the top of the list, and it's kind of like an if-then tree. If this applies, then do that. If not, then do this other thing. If those 2 don't work, then see this section and do the next thing. And you just keep following that until you trigger an action, and then you keep repeating that until you've used all the actions. So here's where he's going to do a lot of things. Russia acts. First, he checks the terror group levels in Central South Asia. Quell rising internal dissent. So 6, no effect. And it doesn't cost him an action, so he's still sitting up here at his 6 actions. Cyber attacks, he rolled a 9. He's going to target Eastern Europe democracies. There goes the infinites. That's the second influence counter. Not good. Not good. At least he didn't roll a major success. So he's up to 2. Target U.S. political cohesion. Going to lower my... first he's going to roll. That's another success. Oh, he's lowering, or changing our strategic. Yeah, lowering my RWC. And, oh, we lost bipartisan with that too? Oh, that's not cool, man. Stop it. He's hitting us every single time. No, Eurozone. I just fixed that. Look at that. Just nonstop. He's still got so many actions remaining. I don't think this is caught up yet, because I think... See, this is where he tries to create the Russian base. If you have 3 or more counters, he's 1 away. Expand Russian influence. Oh, come on, man. Compromise to facilitate removal of sanctions. He keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. Forming ice pack allows increased use of northern ports and training of naval units. Increase their naval forces training and tech strategic compatibility by 1 box. Must be nice. All right. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I kind of feared what was going to happen when he got to act. So that's why I've been stressing so hard about Eastern Europe here. Now I've got a little bit of breathing room, but the problem is on the turn order track, Russia just acted. So we've got to go through all of this stuff. But then when the next turn starts, he could go right here. So it's not a set order. It's got a random draw for this first one, and Russia could go a second time right here. So I need to make sure in my limited actions I've got left that I've got to try to resolve as much of that as possible. I got to get some of the influence out of there. It didn't affect the alignment, so we've still got the alignment 7, so I can still pull an action to try to remove these influence markers. But, you know, I got the same action pool I do that with. I've also got to solve all these crises they keep throwing into Europe. I mean, I got enough other problems. I don't need to be trying to deal with lowering crisis levels in Europe when I'm still trying to get all these other fires put out. So, about the only good news on that regard is none of the other regions have really fired up yet. I've got a bit of a problem here in Asia Pacific, but Africa, South America, Central America aren't too bad off. And we do have the crisis level at 0 on the Middle East. I just need to work on these other factors. So, yeah. Why does all streamers get streamer luck? I get Vorm luck. I said right at the beginning, I had a conversation about in 40 plus years of board gaming, role play gaming, any kind of gaming with dice. Everybody I've ever gamed with is 100% unanimous in agreement that I have terrible dice rolls. Doesn't matter if it's real or digital. It's always true. I trend towards the low end. All right. So, any 3 actions. Whew, this is one of the good ones. But you'll notice the way this chart works as we're going back and forth through here. It's I get to do cool things, bad crap happens. I get to do a few cool things, bad crap happens. I get to do a few cool things, bad crap happens. So it's an alternate. It goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Fires start, I try to desperately put out fires. New fires start, I try to put out fires and gain a little ground in some other tiny area. So that's the way it's designed. It's intended to be that way, and it works really well. All right. And thanks for the Prime sub, Akudo. Decisions, though. Any 3 actions. Whew. We also got hit domestically with some of those. Russia came after us on the cyber front. We lost some of our relations with Congress. We lost the far right box on our bipartisan cooperation. We're still not doing well on our cabinet effectiveness. We don't have any tensions yet, so at least that part's good when that comes up again. We are neutral on our position for the economy currently. We don't have any immediately impending wars, although we would really like to get some de-escalation on the Koreas here. We are tied here, so we're not behind in anything on the capabilities track. We're at least tied for first. I'd rather be ahead, especially on cyber. That's really important to be ahead on that one. And the more ahead you are, the better. By far, that's the most influential one. So if you're going to pick one, pick cyber. I have got nothing done on this track, trying to get my legislation priorities done. And unfortunately, my opponents have got the bills in first for the top two positions. So, yeah, when's the next legislative segment coming up? Right here. This is when the votes are going to be coming up, this segment right here. So we got our actions, bad events. Events, not all bad, but mostly bad. Then ally group, POTUS cabinet focus, and then we hit that box where we lose media, get some domestic actions, and then we go make some more sausage in Congress. All right. So timing. I'm pretty sure it does not update this. They need to update this when you move troops into. This is not good. This needs to get updated on the fly, not just when it prosecutes the war, because this is misleading. I'm actually at 21 right now. It should be reading 4-1. So it needs to update when the troops get moved in, not when that particular segment fires in the turn sequence chart. And then it looks and updates. So something they need to take care of. Actually, let me make a note of that. I'll complain about it on, somewhere. Where do I put this note? Digital version of a board game. I don't have a Mr. President tree in either of my categories. I guess we'll put it here in the computer side. Mr. President. War board should update. Well, I guess that's not quite true. I need to be careful with that because maybe it is updating, but only showing the values that are in theater, because this is a variable. Currently, it's has been dedicated to this region. But if it's locked in, I'm 90% sure they don't update this until the war segment. But there's a small possibility it's not showing it because of the variable possibility here. But that wouldn't make sense either, because I moved this in and it was already counting this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they still need to update that. I don't know. Because if I was approaching the first war segment and I hadn't made this commitment yet, then it shouldn't count these. I don't know. It's a little fuzzy on that one. I'll let it slide for now. All right. I keep talking about all the various actions I need to do, but I got 2 major crises to deal with yet again. I don't want those to spill over. I got, 3 regions sitting on 1 step away from a major crisis, which would be all 3 of my actions, if I try to back them down and succeed every time. But I got so many other things I need to do. All right. First action. I am going to try to lower the crisis level in Eastern Europe. So, diplomatic crisis relief. Success. 1 or less. Dropped it by 2. Awesome. That helps a ton, getting that good roll. All right. With that, I think I'm going to take an action to try to remove a Russian influence marker. The key to that is you have to get to regional alignment 7. I think you can do it without that. So does it say on this one? I think I need to look at it on the diplomatic chart. Attempt to remove a Chinese-Russian influence counter. So if we look at that, it says, may only be attempted once per activation segment. Procedure, choose a region with a regional alignment of 7 or 8. 6 is optional if the regional crises are 0. So you either got to push this to 7 or this to 0. And even if you push this to 0, you still have to have at least 6. But if you can get to that circumstance, 0 crises and 6 are better, or any amount of crises and 7 are better. That's the only way you can trigger this particular mission. So, diplomatic, try to remove a token. What is our number? Choose a region with a regional alignment of 7 or 8. Roll a d10. I've got a 60% chance. And there's no DRMs. Got it. Awesome. All right, so I can only do it once there. So you'll notice it says re-roll die here. Be careful not to think that you failed on that. the ding is a good thing. The dong is a bad thing. Or the bung or whatever noise it makes when you fail. Just pay attention to that. I wish it would actually indicate, like, say success, or change the color of the die to like green for you did succeed or red for you failed or something. There's been occasions I was playing without my headphones on and I didn't even know it made these noises. Because I didn't think it would have much impact on gameplay if I wasn't wearing my headset. And I had a few occasions where I could not tell from the die roll whether I actually succeeded or not, because I didn't have the audio signal giving me the audio feedback. So I think they should add some visual feedback to make sure you know for sure you on these pass-fail things. Where it's a variable, you know, they show you the variable. But on these ones, it's a pass-fail, and they don't actually give you the numbers. So don't re-roll die if you succeeded, basically. Okay. So, going well so far. Can we keep up the trend? Can we get a third really good result to help us out right now? We've got civil wars to deal with. We've got influence points we got to get rid of. Tension levels to go de-escalate the Koreas. Get some terrorists up on the board dealt with. I got no terrorists. Oh, let's do this terror group real quick. Not really my priority at the moment, but we got quite a few terror groups in here and a whole bunch of escalation tension levels. So yeah, let's do an action on the terror track here. So as it notes, terror groups range from level 1, organized criminal gangs and small, poorly funded ideological groups, to level 4, well-funded multinational terror organizations. You want to keep a close eye on terror groups. They can cause regional crises, carry out terror attacks on your allies or even the continental U.S., or eventually become rogue states. So, to deal with that, you want to get them up onto this board, and preferably into one of these two slots. This is the best, but we can do some things with this, so let's give it a try. We haven't done one of those yet, so that'll be good. Let's go down to military, and we have drone strike and air strike. Let's take a look here. I think drone strike is either the left or middle position, and air strike is middle or far right position, and then raid on the terror group is your special forces, which is only the right position. And I have nobody in the right position on that track, so I don't have that as an option. Let's look at drone strike first. So, destroy or diminish a terror group. That's the goal. Anytime we can do military actions. Cannot be used in the Eurozone. Takes one action. Procedure. Perform up to 2 drone strikes or air strikes on target terror groups in the region. May not attack the same group twice. Can be in either the target fixed or locating box. So, oh, nope, has to be in the right 2 boxes. This is the gathering box with the question mark. And then it's locating and then target fixed. So, have to be the 2 right-hand boxes. And then you roll a die. So, you want low, of course. Strike is effective, strike is successful, but there's casualties, civilian casualties, which is going to have public approval, negative connotations, of course. High rolls are extra bad. I have no United States Air Forces in the region, so that is going to be a problem. Yeah, I actually don't. We might have to rethink that. I don't want a plus DRM on this kind of roll. So we're either going to need to pick another region. Nope, I do have USAF in the region. I haven't picked the location or the terror group yet, so it doesn't know I have Air Force in the region. All right, yeah, let's bring it back up. So that's the drone strike. They're kind of similar between the drone strike and the air strike. The kind of results are a little different. The air strike, I want to say, is more effective, but has a higher negative cost if you get a really bad roll. But see, the problem here is you can do 2, but you can't hit the same one twice. I only have 1 target that's available here. I don't have targets anywhere else either on the chart or on the track in the right positions. Tempted to do it anyway. Let's not. Let's try to arrange a better opportunity for that. We'll try to get some intel going over there. Let's try to back Eurozone off of the crisis level. Diplomatic crisis relief, take action, and try to get you guys back off the ledge. We did. We got a 0. So, 2-box backtrack. Awesome. We did really, really well up there in the 2 Euro zones. I cannot complain at all. We got a pretty good string of luck there. We got really low numbers that backed us 2, and we succeeded on the Russian influence removal. So for 3 actions, that did a really good job of helping me do some cleanup here in the Eurozone. All right, it's crisis chit time. And again, they're not letting me zoom in and out again. So it's the triple sections. We got a lot of events we're going to have to process. Chit says, ooh, no plus. Awesome. So we get 2 events, but it does not cascade into these 2. So it's just the 2 event cards, and then we're going up to the ally groups. What do we got? Give me at least one good one. Nope. We got the natural disaster for the U.S. Massive tornadoes strike the Midwest. +1 domestic crisis. Place a tension counter on POTUS cabinet focus. Number 6. Decide whether to spend 0, 1, or 2 APs. Roll a d6 and subtract the number of APs spent. So we want 0 or less. America follows your lead with a massive outpouring of donations and volunteerism. We'll get +2 public approval. Then this card gets moved to pile 3, which lessens the number of times it's going to reappear. So this is a cascading event. It moves to different piles until it finally gets discarded. So depending on how you deal with it, sometimes you can get rid of it early. Sometimes it's going to hit 3 times before it goes away. It just depends on the event and, your choices and your die rolls. So, all right. So start processing. It's going to give us a domestic crisis level. Going to put the tension counter at that bottom position. So it's done that. Now we have to decide. I am going to spend. I do not want this hanging around as much as I can avoid it. We got a 1, so we did not get the best effect. It's going to go to pile 2. It's going to return to haunt me. That is not good. Next event, we got Papal Visit fosters patriotic spirit of cooperation. So one of our events was good. RWC goes up by 1. Media relations goes up by 1. Bit of public approval. Bipartisan goes 1 box to the right, back to max. We get our 2 APs back that we just spent. Then we make a party relations check. Uh-oh. All right, so there is a potential negative here. So both of those went up. That's awesome. +2 public approval. We're starting to get a fair bit of progress there. Bipartisan goes back to the right-hand box. Another point I don't have to spend to try to accomplish. Then make a parties relations check. So we've got 5 for our party relations. That's where our marker is currently. That's our target number. And we have to roll 5 or less. We succeeded. Okay, that is taken care of. And that then skips up to this thing. We can skip those 2. Okay, so we're coming up on... The war progress is there. We're coming up on the legislative segment, so that'll be the next complicated one. We'll get to try to pass some bills or try to veto some bills. We have pretty good support, and I managed to remove their support. We've got a 6 total. They've only got a 2. We'll see how much that swings things. Okay, so draw a chit. We got Group B this time. So Group D will be going in this one. Who's in B? I forget which allies are in which group. UK. All right, we got good relations with UK. We're very close with NATO and UK, so no tension counters here to worry about. 2 joint actions. Only ones we have options for are humanitarian aid, which is where I can decrease the crises in any region, and then intel, but the intel is limited to Eurozone. We do have terror groups in the Eastern, so we could affect those. So let's do this one first. Take the action. We pick anywhere we want. South Central Asia, get that down to 0. A really big thing I'm trying to accomplish in addition to, you know, putting out all these fires, we need to get the crises level down. We need to get the stability levels up in as many places as we can. And the reason for that is when we hit the end of this track for the year, when this last section here comes up, the game does this long involved checklist checking the board state of all the regions in the world. It's going to look at each one in turn, and it's going to say, all right, what is your crisis level? What is your stability level? And then it's going to make adjustments to the terror groups. If you're lots of crises and low stability, it's going to increase the terror groups. Bad things are going to happen. If you can push these up, then when it gets to that stage, there's a maximum number of allowed groups. And if it's over the max in the region, it'll eliminate terror groups. So by pushing these up, you can see the maximum allowed drops as you go higher. So the lower we can get the crisis, the higher we can get the stability. And of course, we also want to raise our regional alignment interests if we can. But the other two are the important ones for stability and getting rid of terror groups and unstable states and rogue states and civil wars and so on, is if we can get these other two tracks pushed as far as possible, 1 to 0 and the other as high as we can. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get things to a state where we are not going to have an impending crisis. We drop those levels. We raise stability. It's all just a slow process. So, but it's an interesting process. It's very much a hot potato thing. What do you deal with? You got limited actions. They're going to happen at limited or at certain times. You know, you got negative effects that are going to happen that you got to prepare for. But there's enough variance in the random that keeps things interesting. Okay, so we're doing United Kingdom acts, joint actions, resolving the joint action. I got to pick the region we're going to try to drop crisis level in. We're looking pretty good. I think it's going to be Africa. We're on the brink in Africa. That's the last crisis point currently. It's either Africa or I drop Asia Pacific. I'm less concerned about things happening here, which is, you know, a terrible thing to say, but this is the one that concerns me the most with the pressure from China. But let's help Africa out. Success. All right. Next, our second attempt to stabilize a region. I only act in the Eurozone and Eastern Europe. So, stabilizing the region. That is this track right here. I would love to get the regional stability on Eurozone increased, or Eastern Europe, I mean. So it's either that or we do intel on the terror groups. I think I'm more interested in raising stability at the moment. So let's go ahead and do attempt to stabilize, take the action. That one, roll the die, we failed. Next up, Japan. Oh, Japan's got a lot of points. A lot of points. Unfortunately, our relationship's going to degrade by 1 because they had so much tension in the region. We weren't able to get rid of some of the tension to keep the relationship level. So we're going to go from very close to close. Joint actions. Now we're down to 1 joint action instead of 2. I am going to remove stress. I mean, it's a little late, but okay. It reset the tension counters. It divided them by 2, rounded up, and it drew that many new counters. It went down from 8 to 3 after I removed another 2. All right, we're on our POTUS cabinet focus. So if we look at our turn chart here, we're at the bottom section of this segment. Next up, we're going to lose a media relation, take 2 domestic actions, and then head to Congress. So for this one, we now are resolving this list again, starting at the bottom and going up. We have a tension counter in this bottom one, meaning we're not allowed to roll for this one. It's blocked. So we're starting here. We need a 1 or a 2 in order to lower domestic crisis, which we do have 1. So we're hoping to get a 1 or a 2 on the die roll. Priority 5, which is this one here. We failed. Moving up to the number 4, we need a 1 through 3. We failed. Another 1 through 3 roll. I detect a trend. Hey, we finally succeeded on the priority 2, the economy. Yep, the economy. Improved economy marker on the economy track. Where are we at? We are at, oh, we're going to get it improving. So it's not going to move it up to the top, unfortunately. All right, and then the top one, we only fail on a 6. Success. So now we have to roll again. We succeeded at the action. Now it's what is the result? A 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6? 1, 2, 3, please. All right, place an improving marker on the cabinet effectiveness track right here. And we already have an improving marker, so it's going to move it to the next position over. Cool. That is a hard one to raise. I'm glad we finally got that pushed up. Okay, that segment is done. So, we lose our media relations point. And we get 2 domestic actions. I can attempt to stimulate the economy. Ooh, I am tempted to do that. We have an improving. That'll push it back up again. Oh, man. When's the next time we're going to actually get to trigger that? Right here. U.S. SOE impact. State of the economy impact. Right there. So it will generate 2 U.S. economic assistance actions. And we'll get 3 public... public approval and 2 AP, which is very important. I've actually got quite a few points still. I've been hoarding them. I've been hoarding. I got to actually spend some points. So I'm going to start getting a little more liberal, doing re-rolls and stuff if we don't get the results I want, and making sure we counter certain actions. So 2 actions to us. I'm very tempted for that. We do have a domestic crisis, just the first level, but it would be great to get rid of that. Push our RWC back up. Our relations with Congress would be good. And the reason to do that again is the number that the marker is on is our target difficulty number. And by having the target higher, that means it's more likely we'll roll a success because you have to roll that or low. So by pushing these tracks up, it improves our chances of success when we're called to make a roll on that chart or on that column. So, you know, higher is better over there. Party fundraising and support. That's the party relations track. Where are we? We're kind of where I want to be. I don't usually want to be more than 5 or 6. So I'm okay where we're at. I'm not going to do that action. Bipartisan, we're maxed out. Ooh, I don't think I'm going to risk another discredit dissuade. We got rid of the important one. I'm going to let them keep the other one, so we're not going to do that. Presidential presence is to increase our media relations. It is important to keep pushing that. It's going to naturally keep going down if we don't influence it. Oh, I forgot about the bully pulpit to rally support. Let's talk about this one. So we're about to come up to the legislative segment where we're actually going to be voting on the bills that have been introduced. So they're currently in the middle position, and they're going to move one direction or another. And then a final roll will be made to see if they pass or not. Awaiting passage in Congress, no more than 5 bills allowed. Moderate support opposition, their middle position. If they pass, they go into this category, and certain things happen. So... and then we throw our voting support behind one or the other to influence the rolls. So if we can push them this way, our opponents' bills will not be passed, and they'll go back into the queue, basically. And later I might be able to bring them out and introduce them, you know, a new and improved version by my party. And then we'll get the benefits from them being passed. I'm running out of time to get some kind of legislation passed. We campaigned on welfare reform, and no progress is being made on that so far. None whatsoever. So, I don't want to renege on my campaign promises. So, that action here, though, increase the possibility of one of your bills passing or an opponent's bill failing. Basically, it's going to gain an influence one direction or the other to help us out above and beyond the voting aspect. So, identify the target bill, declare for or against, roll a d6. On a 3 or less, success. If you were for the bill, move it 1 box left on the bill's track. If you were against it, move it 1 box right. 4+ is a failure. It stays where it's at. And we would have we have a wash. We have no DRM because we got a -1 and a +1. Our RWC is low. If I do my RWC roll and succeed, then we would get the -1 if I followed up with this action. So, and then controlling the cabinet is the next one, improving the cabinet effectiveness. Do I want to do this? They are, the number one priority they introduced first was the job creation package. So were I to do that, I would vote nay against the job creation package and push it this direction. And then during the voting, I believe I can get it pushed over again, and then it'll get returned. So passed and signed bills go here. Then the unsigned ones get put back in the queue down here, I believe, whereas the passed ones get put here. And if it's landmark legislation, you know, more things happen. It gets more complicated. Yeah, let's do it. It's something we haven't done yet. Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to go ahead and use a bully pulpit. Oh, wait, do I want to do the... Let's do the RWC one first. That one. Let's go ahead and spend the AP to get the -1 DRM. Take the action, roll the die. Oh, man. I missed it by 1. Missed it by 1. Do I do a reroll? I'm going to do a reroll. Hey, look at that. We succeeded. Magic dice. I got magic dice and unlimited action points. All right, I said I was going to start doing that, so there you go. We've improved our RWC rating. We're now up to a 7. Wait, didn't it say we were at 4 or 5? Now I'm confused. Was it a greater than, less than? Oh, we got it. I didn't realize we were going to get another helper. A radical this time, though. Okay. Was that part of that? We did not get a 1 or less. we failed. I'm not sure why they just gave me a... I think that's a bug. We definitely should not have gotten a new friend in Congress. Yeah, that's definitely a bug. All right, 1 action remaining. Now, how does this read? If your relations with Congress is 4 or less, you have no... and or you have more opponents. Okay, it's the or that's causing it. The first part doesn't matter because the or here, we have... No, wait a minute. I'm confused. Or you have more opponents than friends. That is not true. We have more friends than opponents. This shouldn't be firing either. Neither of these is true. Oh, this should not be triggering the +1. Where are we at in timing on the live stream? We are at 2 hours, 47 minutes. Time to make another note. All right, I'll take a look at the playback and make sure my info and submit it. But yeah, I don't think we should be getting this negative. It is a D6 on an even up, and it's a 50-50. Let's do it. Jobs creation package, please. Against the bill. Okay, doesn't matter. Nat 6'd it anyway. That is the Not quite the end. That's just that portion. So now we're on calculating support opposition for pending bills. Total legislative rating of friends is 8. Opponents is 2. Net support is 6. We can only have a max of 3, so we're way over him, but 3 is the max modifier. All right, so you will choose 3 bills to modify support for. So select a bill, either yours or your opponent's, to move 1 box in either direction on the pending bills track. So we do want this one to increase bill support. Then I could either double pass job creation. All right, calculating pending bill passage attempts. Number of bill passage attempts is 2, which is, I believe, based on the partisan level. Control of Congress is split. Parties will alternate in choosing which bills Congress will vote on. D6 to see who goes first. So even is us. I'm going to vote on our bill first. So looking at the details, legislative bills are a key method of earning legacy points, but each bill also has unique effects. High bipartisan cooperation allow you and the opposing party, if your party doesn't control Congress, to propose more bills, and will also grant a better chance for bills that arrive on your desk to be good, or even landmark level. So, landmark bill effect. So it has to get voted on, go to the president's desk, then you do like a quality check on the bill, and it can become a landmark bill, and you get better effects out of a landmark bill than a standard good bill. So for the landmark, we would get +2 legacy points. That's the overall scoring of your presidency when you end your run, hopefully by not triggering a nuclear war or any of the other game-ending effects, and you complete your term in office of 4 years. You'll have various metrics you check to generate legacy points while you play, and at the end, it'll do a check, and whatever your total legacy points are, that's your score. So you get 2 points towards that for each landmark bill. We get +3 public approval, +1 media relations, and we get another congressional friend, up to our maximum allowed by our party relationship. Our party, this thing over here that shows the party amounts. I think 4. It's either 4 or 5 is our max. So I think we're at our max. And then for just a standard bill, we just get 2 public approval and we get an action point back. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and vote on this one first. D6, we have, so the number in the box is the die roll modifier, pass fail. So because it's in our support side, strong support side, we get a -2. So that means we just need to not roll a 6. If we roll a 6, we fail. You son of a... come on. So annoying. All right, next up. And he gets his bill passed. You. That is so annoying. Oh my God. My bill with max support, heavy pressure fails. His 2 gimpy bills succeed. We've lost a random congressional friend. Consequences of signing an opposition bill. Yep. I can't believe that happened. I'll let you keep mentioning it. You know, having this handicap of mine, universally bad die rolling, just makes victory that much sweeter. That's the way I think about it. When I do finally get a victory, you know, it gets that extra layer of sparkly goodness because I know I overcame that handicap. Oh, man. What the hell? All right. We did get some legislation passed, regardless of who did it. So we're getting some public opinion. because it was one of the ones on the list. And there's another one going to get replaced. So... How the Sausage is Made. Congressional Drama and Maneuvering. A 4. A -3. Result of 1. Opponent's Waiver. All right. RWC is 7+. +2 APs. Remove one opponent randomly from the opponent's box. If there's none, draw a new friend instead. I think they had 1 left. They have none. You may select any one of your own bills to remove from Congress's agenda to make space for new ones. Nope, we don't want to do that. No thanks. Calculate number of bills to introduce. Okay. 5 max pending. Current pending is 3. There's 3 currently. This cat's? Thought this was already passed. Huh. Split control. All right, who goes first? Even. I want to introduce back to the job creation package. Wait, didn't he succeed at both of his? I am confused. He still got that in there. I must have not understood just what happened when he rolled his 2 attempts, because I thought... yeah, I'll have to go back and review that. I'm not certain what happened there. All right. Well, I can't pick stuff that's already up there. What, privacy legislation, welfare reform. Privacy I've already got up there, so welfare reform is my promised campaign thing. Let's get that up there. Absolutely. Welfare reform. Get on up there. He picked expanded military. Okay. Next up, just public approval and media relations. Yeah, I have no media relations. No media spinners. I got nobody spinning the rhetoric. Bipartisan is maxed. Momentum. End of segment. All right, moving on. 1 event. 2 cards. What do we got? We got Manila offers U.S. Navy unlimited access to Subic Bay naval facilities. This is going to cause some tension. All right. We can either accept or decline. Accept. +1 regional crisis in Asia Pacific. So our current status there is, not great. It's going to move it to a 3. Next up, a die roll. Remove China influence, but add 3 tension counters. There is 1 China influence. They have 2 counters. Nope, that's not the right one. Looking at the wrong place here. They've got 11 tension counters already. Ouch. 4 to 7, trending pro-US in Asia Pacific and increase the conflict track by 1. Ooh, didn't that already go up? I think we're already in a bit of trouble there. Yeah, ouch. That's an instant game over. If China-Japan fires off and it hits that number 5, game over. Okay. Why would I accept this? So an 8. All right. Trending pro-US and Asia-Pacific increase the conflict box. 2 tension counters on China, 1 on each of Japan, Australia are okay. 8+, China acts. China influence, more trend decline, trending anti-US, decrease for ally relationship with a random Pacific ally. And I think we've already lost 1 with Japan. Yep. I'm going to decline this. This is going to push things too hard in a region where I've already got too many fires I'm trying to put out. So I'm going to take the ally hit and say no to this one. I don't want to risk the rest of this. Trending anti. Okay. I'm not sure who they picked. I didn't see it, but technological breakthrough. Ah, but not for us? Really? Really? You make this sound like it's a great thing, technological breakthrough, but it's not for us. Crap. I don't need them getting free tech. 9, China again. They're ahead of us. I don't like it. And the relative strength box goes up. Random one. They increase the China-Japan one. Okay. Moving on. So it's going to skip that. Oh, not cool, game. Yeah, I just got screwed. I saw somebody else report this problem. We just lost 4 diplomatic and/or military actions. It just skipped right past it. It's supposed to skip this because it's not implemented, but it should not have skipped that. So we just got hammered. That is a huge, huge negative hit. Straight back into more events. We're going from events to events with no opportunity to do anything in between. Yeah, that's really bad. Absolutely fix that. Where are we at? 259.56. Another note. That's bad. All right. Well, continuing on. Let's draw some chits. 2 events and, unfortunately, more events after that. So, border skirmish in India. Result of 1. Usually low is good, but, you know, that's more China action. More tension counters for China. It's up to 13. Another regional crisis. Number 2. NGOs unite to combat crisis. -1 in any 2 world regions. All right, well, that helps us offset that. Let's get... Why are you showing me that one? It's as low as it can go. Don't be highlighting ones that are as low as they can go. Okay, we're finding things. Let's go ahead and get Asia Pacific reduced, and I think Central South Asia. So we are still going to get that increase when we do the war processing. Next up, draw chit, and 1 card, but we got to go again after this one. We got Fed to raise interest rates. Make a state of the economy check. So we're at 6. We need to roll 6 or less. On a pass, improving economy improving counter, and a public approval. On fail, worsening, and minus. And then do an RWC check. We got a 3. We passed. So we're back up on top, baby. Now we need to get another improving, so we have the extra to keep us there for the next negative. And then an RWC check. So again, wherever you're at on the chart, this is one of the reasons I was trying to push our RWC up, Relations with Congress, because our target number is wherever we're at. So target number is 7. Pass, no effect. Fail, bad things. Pass, no effect. All right, now we have to draw 1 more chit. Ooh, another cascading event. We got the cyber attack China blamed. If U.S. cyber warfare is greater than or equal, I forget, did they pull ahead? We are equal. All 3 of us are on the same slot. All right, so is equal same as from the crisis deck. Otherwise, I'm not sure what same as from the crisis deck means. I think it's the... I guess we'll find out. I think it's running this one. Or more tension counters. More tension counters. Okay. You gotta be kidding me. Man, they're just straight into the dumpster. Straight into the dumpster. What the hell? First time I've ever seen China-Japan just down, down, down war. There's not a lot of things I can do about that. So we are on our NE3, and then we're going to do a core support check, and then it's the terror. All right, we're getting close to the end of this first year. 3 hours in. That's, I mean, I got to try to back off the China-Japan war here. It's going to kick off if it triggers again. So we need to de-escalate that. So we got to use diplomacy, de-escalate a conflict, prevent a war from breaking out, take action. I want to do that one. We've got a -1 DRM. Succeeded. Moves it up 1. Do I try again? I got so many things to take care of. This any actions thing is so powerful. It's my domestic situation. We got an improvement. We lowered our party relations. We're getting lower than I want to be. I need to be back up to 5-6. We lost a friend, but so did they. Legislation still pending. I need to get media up. Economy's in pretty good shape. We still have a level 1 crisis and domestic issue. I don't think any of that is as important as clearing more of this mess up. I fear what's going to happen when he flips all of these and he gets to take his turn. At least he's got some minus APs, but that's still going to be just so much bad stuff. I mean, even trying to relieve tensions isn't going to really touch a stack of 15. And we're going to lose Japan here as an ally pretty quick with all the tensions over there. Still need to get rid of another Russian influence. Still haven't made much progress in getting terror groups eliminated and rogue states. But we're getting stability increased. Yeah, it's just not enough actions to go around, which is always true, especially when you get robbed of 4. That really hurts. That's a huge total percentage of my actions. All right. Let's... Timing. What do I got left? I got this. 2 more actions. We're going to do terror, which is going to spread more terror and terror groups and escalate. I got some domestic. Event. War progress, which will hopefully be the end of the Taliban war. Diplomatic military to follow. SOE impact. Then events. All right. No. Just this is the last of the really bad things. And then we'll have some events to deal with that, you know, depending on what they are. But this is the last kind of scary one. These are kind of maybe a 2/3 bad, 1/3 good mix. All right. I don't need to worry about the timing of that. But I know the end of turn's coming up, and I have not accomplished the things I was hoping to accomplish. I'm actually tempted to try to push my welfare reform bill across as well to see if we can get that done, but we're not going to have another legislation segment this year. We won't vote again on anything until the next year. I don't know. Let's do one more attempt to de-escalate China-Japan. I'm afraid with all of the tension here and the tension here that they're going to go too far. So let's try to get ahead of that on the most important track, the you lose track. The other tracks, they can change things, problems can happen, and the game's not over. But this is the game over track, so let's try to de-escalate one, and then I'll pick that final action. So we're going to go diplomatic, and we are going to try to de-escalate a conflict. I think I can use it more than once on the same one. I don't see anything negative, so we can back it out if it doesn't let me. That one. Phew, thank you. All right. That takes a fair bit of the pressure off on that one. Now, military crises levels are actually not terrible. I'm just super afraid of the next actions by China and Japan with all that tension. Let's do something about stability. Let's try to raise stability in the Middle East. That's really the next thing I need to work on, short of sending the troops after the terror groups. I need to get this raised. That's the other super important thing beyond getting the crisis level down. So we're going to go ahead and do diplomacy. We are going to try to not crisis relief. This is regional stability, not the alignment. Which one's the stability? I forget. Could try to do peace as well. That one? Stability? Nope. Crisis level. Where did stability go? Alright, I'm confused. I don't want regional crisis relief. I don't want alignment. Where'd you go, stability? Decrease tensions? No. I am a little stymied. Regional alignment, public approval, goodwill. All right, let's do it this way. Let's point at the track. What does it tell me? It's difficult to improve a region's stability at the end of the year. If it's low and there are no rogue states and 0 to 1 unstable states, stability will increase organically. Oh, it's a joint action thing. All right, I can't directly influence stability. I can only do it through my allies for joint actions. All right, that's why I can't find it. So the goal is to try to remove unstable states, get rid of terrorists, keep the crisis level low, and then it'll naturally gravitate upwards at the end of the year processing and or through our diplomatic efforts. We've got one more ally group coming up. I don't remember who's gone. I think we've done Iran. Who did we get? Yeah, I don't know which groups are in which letters. Oh, well, whatever. All right, so I can't directly influence that. I can reverse the trend. Let's get some more. Yeah, let's get some more movement on the terrorist groups. So we're gonna go military. Let's do intel gathering. Take action. Let's move you along the track. Or let's not do it. Then let's try to move you along the track. Alright, we got them further along the track at least. That is it. Now we go to the scary red part. Oh yeah, the core support check. No real change. Wow, we're up. We're almost maxed out on the approval rating. Not for long. More terror acts. +1 regional crisis with rogue state locations. That's going to be a lot of these. Out. Haven't done enough to get rid of the rogue states. Oh, only 2. Consolidate networks. So they're combining groups. 6. Terror group expands. Not good. Area 5. More in the Middle East. Big surprise. Exporting terror to the U.S. We got a terror group on U.S. soil. All right, moving on. Ally group. Only one shit left. Group D. Who's in Group D? First up, Canada. Okay, we're still very close. Joint action. Can't stabilize, can't yeah, all right, well, we'll do the one thing we can do. Canada can help us against the one terrorist we have. So, take action. Let's get, who got pushed up? Africa's back up to the brink, and South Central moved up. Back down you go, Africa, hopefully. Eurozone. Oh, really? We can act in Eurozone, Central, and South America, huh? Okay. Let's do Central America. Yeah. Please succeed. It's so hard to raise this. So that's the rare joint action to raise stability. Unfortunately, it was a region of influence that ally has. It wasn't in the places I really wanted to do it, but, you know, it helped anyway. No change. We're on the Gulf States, so now we're going to get 2 actions where I do need to get things done. Okay, hey, I want stabilize, yeah, stabilize region. Why do I not have stabilized region as an option? Oh, can't be done as the first joint action. So if you have lost relationship level and you only have 1 action, you're not allowed to stabilize region. Got it. Now I understand why it's grayed out. When in doubt, click on it and read. Okay, so may act only in its own region. So de-escalate. That's the conflict track. Humanitarian everywhere, remove stress, or intel. It's going to be intel or humanitarian aid. I'm going to do intel. I'm really wanting to get rid of some of these terror groups here. So we've got 2 groups on the track. So up you go. Then we're going to, oh, I thought it was 2 groups. Just the one? All right, fine. Then we're going to stabilize. Please, please, please. Yes. I'm in clutch on a few of these rolls at least. Got it up to 4, or no, 5. That's going to help push, if we can keep it up, that's going to help, yeah, I really wish I could see the board state underneath these. I can't see the numbers now because the counter's on top of them. They really need a way to hide counters. Either point at them and press a key to make them disappear so you can read the board state under them, or press a key to show just the board state with all the counters removed. And there might be a hotkey to do it, but there's no info in the game. So I don't know if there is one. I'm not going to randomly press keys to find out. But you'll notice here it says max 3, max 5. This is max 3 civil wars, max 5 terror groups. So the farther you push this up, the less civil wars that are allowed and the less terror groups that are allowed. That's really important for when it does the end of year processing, if we can get this up a little further. Unfortunately, I think this is our last opportunity to raise it through my own actions. All right, we're checking unstable states. So low numbers, please. We need a 3 or less. That was the only one? All right, here we go. 3 domestic actions. Home front. What are we doing? We still got our 1 and 1, but we've added a terror group. I need to get my party relations up, preferably at least 1 level. I'd like to get my media up a level. And maybe push my welfare reform bill to a little more of a positive number. Let's do... order what I want to do these in. What's our RWC? We're already near the top. I don't need the bipartisan. We're at the top. Well, we're almost at the top of the state of economy. Let's do the good thing and track this terror group. I don't like having a terror group running around. So, track terror group. Take action. Yep. Oof. We barely made that. We hit the exact number we needed. All right. At least they're being tracked. We'll work on them another time later. Then let's bully pulpit our bill. I'd like to get my bill as close to passing as possible for my campaign promise. Failed. All right, another event. Ah, 3 events. Crap. Why'd we have... oh, wait. Nope. Are we out of events, or was that the... oh, that was crisis cards. We are out of the C crisis deck. We have emptied it, so no effect. I'm not sure if you should be able to run out of those in the first year. It's a built deck. You take a certain number of certain cards, shuffle them, and then add them in. Then you take another certain number of certain cards, add those to that deck, and do it a third time, I think. Then shuffle that and that final pile all together, and that's your crisis deck. But I don't remember how many cards it was. But I'm pretty sure it should be more than that. I don't think they have all the crisis cards actually implemented. I think a large number of them are not implemented yet. So I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be able to run out this early. You don't use the entire pile, but it's enough that we definitely, I don't think, should have run out. So I think that's another thing that's not fully implemented. All right, so we are going to click on this and hope that it lets me get to 4 to 1. So we are going to do a cyber attack. We got a major success with a result of 2. Rogue state is at war. Subtract 2 from its strength. Otherwise, decrease a terror group. Okay. Target rogue state. That's not great. 6. Rogue state accuses the U.S. again, so we can survive that. Going to add tensions to one of our opponents. China again. Just what they needed. Let's see if we can get all the tension chits on China. Okay. So, regional crises went up. We knew that was going to happen. Another military footprint in the region. We are at our 4 to 1, which is what I was really hoping for. We're on the war combat roll table now. 4 to 1 ratio is what we were looking for. So worst case is this one, which is 1 to the left. So we win. There's no way we can lose. So the war is over. It's just a matter of if we roll an 8+, which we can. If we roll a nat 10, it'll be an 8. Then we suffer a strength loss. But that's the worst case scenario. So let's roll the die. All right, that's fine. 1 to the left, defender loss. So move status of the conflict. Attacking forces win. Defender suffers strength loss. -1 to the regional crisis. So this is the rogue state has lost the war, and we're rolling through the consequences now to reset the board state. So -1 to regional crises in the war's region. If the rogue state was level 1 or 2, roll a d10 with a -2 DRM if the rogue state was level 1. So we do have the -2 DRM. It was a level 1 rogue state. So we're hoping for, you know, a 1 to 6. We got a 4, so yes. Rogue State's sophisticated infrastructure and online recruiting communications capabilities allow it to continue to function as decentralized but organized terror groups. Replace the Rogue State with one level 2 terror group. It was not a level 2, so the other thing doesn't apply. All right, so the Rogue State is gone. Increased terror as they scatter to various parts of the world. Okay. Now, the U.S. has won the war. We get +2 public approval. We've maxed out the public approval column or track. +1 on party relations, or media relations, and then party relations. +1 relations with Congress. The big thing, getting this thing finished up at this point. I was really pushing for it. 2 legacy points, which is our final victory point track. We're now at 7 legacy points. Trending pro-US counter in the region. And then choose an action. So this is where I can reposition forces. I need to get my forces out of here now because we're generating the military footprints in a region where we're no longer in an active war. And it's going to have some pretty big negative consequences. So I need to get units out of here. So I think we're going to take the non-carrier forces. If I do the other one, we get to move 2. I think the footprint is per combat unit in theater. So if I do this one, I think I can pull out 2 of the USMC units, and it will speed our getting out of there. Yeah, let's take that one. And I want to get both of the USMCs onto the carriers. And then we'll work on getting the heavy armor out of there after that. I don't think it counts spec ops or air assets. I'd have to check the book. But yeah, so that'll help us reduce our footprint. We've already got 3 that we're going to have to reveal here pretty soon, and we'll see the negative effects of that. And then depending on what forces we have in, it'll put new ones down. Okay, war progress update. So we've got the got that done. It's going to clear the conflict off the battle board. Civil War resolution. So the Taliban war stuff is now complete. Battle board's been cleared. All the effects have been completed. We do have to resolve civil wars and broker the pieces. So it's looking through the various locations to see where civil wars are at, these tokens. Ongoing destructive conflicts can destabilize regions, spawn terror groups, and rogue states, and generally cause misery and trouble. You can try to bring the adversaries to the table with a broker peace action. Diplomatic 9. Okay, all we're going to do is roll a die. 1 is awesome. Ceasefire. Replace the counter with the ceasefire. Decrease the regional crisis. Place the UN and or regional peacekeepers. Yeah, that's what we want to see. More of that, please. I don't see it representing the peacekeeper forces. And if it puts it under that, we can't see it. So another interface thing where, you know, it would be helpful to know. Next one. Can we get another low roll? Not good enough. No change. Got one in Africa to deal with too. Well, we got a ceasefire. So, and it decreases the regional crisis again. So that's awesome. It's not bad. All right, 4 military or diplomatic actions. This is my last big hurrah right here. They didn't skip me this time. Last time we got skipped. That is so bad. So bad. All right, so we got this. Then we do the state of the economy, which is in really good shape for us right now. We'll get to do 2 U.S. economic assistance actions, and then we'll gain those benefits. We're already maxed with RWC, so that won't kick, but we'll get 2 APs, which I didn't use anywhere near enough of my action points. I don't think I can do enough to burn 14 between now and the end of the year. And I don't believe they carry over. I think it resets at the beginning of the year. So, yeah, I've been a little too stingy with those. And we've actually gained quite a few as we've been going through. But yeah, so we're going to get those benefits, and then it's event, possible second, and then we roll a die on a 1 through 4 the turn's over. On a higher number, we have to do one final event, and then we do the end of turn stuff. All right, so my last big hurrah for actions right here. We just had a really good set of circumstances. So we got a couple of problems with the board state. I haven't done nearly enough to clear out the rogue states and the terrorists, but we've got the crises in a pretty good position. We've got our home situation actually vastly improved with the resolution of the war. A bunch of our numbers jumped. We're top of the state of the economy. We're top with RWC. Media relations, I never expect it to stay very high. 7 is about the best I hope for. We got our party relations back up to where I want it. We got an improvement on our cabinet effectiveness. Ideally, I kind of try to hope to get it to here and hold it. We've got a little bit of progress on our bills. We're maxed out on public approval. Presidential prestige is looking pretty good. So we got a little bit of a mess to clean up still, but we're doing pretty good in a lot of those ways. I think I would still like to get rid of this other Russia influence as a safety measure. I would like to, I don't have an option to raise stability here again, unfortunately, so I need to focus on getting rid of the unstable states and the terror groups here in particular. So I think I'll do at least one military action to try to get rid of that terror group. And maybe try to resolve the Civil War ceasefire. See if we can get rid of that one. Civil wars are pretty bad. We need to try to clear as many of those as we can. So let's do geopolitical hotspot stuff. I think we're in pretty good shape on the domestic side, so I'm not going to take any actions there. And the only military action I'm going to take, I am going to get this heavy armored unit out. Let's do that first. So let's do military. Move or deploy. I want this one, non-carrier forces, and I want you. We've got units here that are generating footprints. I don't want to kick a war off there. I think I'm just going to send them back to the U.S. Yeah, back to the U.S. with you. All right, so that'll help with the footprint problem over there. Next up, we've got a trending pro-US on the Eurozone. I could try to get that up to a 7 if we get a positive result. I'm really scared of China's next turn. That scares the hell out of me. They're going to go to posture 2. They're probably going to go down to distrust. They're going to have a mountain of negative things. And I'm worried what's going to happen in here. I have no idea how many tension counters are left. I don't think it says anywhere. That's the kind of thing they're not really giving you information-wise in the interface. Elements like that. Same thing I had earlier where I couldn't remember if the war odds track went to 3-1 as the max or went to 4-1 as the max. There's no way to tell in the digital version. And it's an important thing to know because you could waste, if you didn't know it stopped. If it did stop at 3-1 and you weren't aware of that and you sent troops in, you'd be wasting actions for no benefit. So not having access to the charts and tables to make those kinds of calls is a problem. I don't know what their plans are regarding the rules. If they're ever going to implement the digital version of the rules, it be accessible in-game. That China thing. I am worried about that. Yeah, let's go after some terrorists. Let's try to get rid of this terrorist group. So we're going to go after that terror group there. We're going to send the special forces on them. I wish we had access to the focused national intelligence, but it's not in game yet. So back to the action list. Military. We are going to perform a raid on a terror group. All right, special operations force raid on a terror group. So we're going to roll on the table. Let's say you get a 6 to 7. Success with casualties. 8, terrorists alerted and moved at the 11th hour. Mission recalled without publicity. And then 9 plus is really bad. We do not have an intel advisor, and there's no FNI, Focused National Intelligence Counter. That's because this isn't implemented. And I think there is actually an intel advisor, but it's not counting it for some reason. I guess it's not done either. Because there's the intel advisor in the Middle East. So, or maybe because I haven't picked a location yet, it's not triggering. I don't know for sure. Maybe it'll trigger it once we say tech action. But yeah, if we get a decent number, if we can come in on like a 1 or a 2, major success, survivors scatter, decrease terror group by 2 levels, that would eliminate the terror group. We get +1 public approval. Move terror group to the gathering box on the intel track. So we'd get to advance somebody else from the captured intel. We'd make an immediate intel attempt against one of the other terror groups in the region. So we want low, just like always. Let's go ahead and take the action. We'll pick the location and see if it picks up the intel advisor. So you are who we're going after. No, it's still not picking it up. Intel advisor is not being counted on a raid. Where are we? 335. Okay. Time to roll the die. Wait, we are getting a -2 DRM. So it is counting them. It's just not showing the DRMs here. Time to change my note. DRM not being highlighted. Yeah, that should be the only place that comes from. There's only a couple of things that will affect this. So that means we can't get a 9. We can get an 8 on a nat 10. So only a nat 10 will have a negative. Otherwise, we'll have at least a success with casualties. So we got a super low number. We got him. High value terror leader killed. Survivor scattered. Decrease terror group by 2 levels. Move terror group to the gathering box. All right, let's just step through it. So, are we wrapping the number around? Or do we get LP points for that? What was that? What did you just give me? I'm not sure what it triggered there. Why did you jump down here? Oh, they put it at max. I don't know if we got presidential prestige off that. All right, whatever. So we got the best possible result. All right, so it eliminated the target. Now we are moving 2 levels. Nope, we decreased that. We're moving to the gathering box. We already have somebody in the gathering box. Why are you highlighting this one? Make a free intel check in the target region. All right, that one. Failed. Gain AP or reduce regional crisis in this region because we're at 0 already. I assume it's in this region. I'll gain an AP, I guess, even though I got too many of them. All right. It didn't quite seem to play out the way I thought it would with regard to the terror groups there. We failed on the new intel check, but I thought something else would happen. Not going to worry about it. So that went fairly well. Let's try to see if we can figure out a civil war or unstable state change. So it'd be diplomacy. I can't do the broker offer peace, huh? It's not actually a, I mean, it says civil war. Follow the Civil War Resolution broker peace procedure. That doesn't help me. That explains nothing. Why can I not do the Civil War option? All right. Well, prove regional alignment. War or Civil War? Remove a footprint counter. If none, -1 to regional crisis. All right, let's do this one. Take action. Get out of my way. Where are you going to let me do this? You're already on the die roll screen? Where the hell is this happening at? All right, I'm really confused. I don't get what was happening there. I think this is glitching out as well. I'm not getting an option to pick a region. Wonder what's going to happen if I say roll die. Is it going to randomly pick one? Let's see what happens. So, ding, and what? It's broke. It's broke. I just lost an action. I don't know what was going on there. That was broke. It didn't ever give me an option to pick a region. -1 regional crises, which if it was centered on the Middle East would have been a null effect because we were already at 0. Yeah, I think that was broke. Not going to let me back that one up all that way. All right. Well, gee, what do you do with the final action after we lost another one? Let's do alignment. Shall we do alignment? Try to get this up. I don't have... Nah, let's try to get more terror groups out of the Middle East. So, intel gathering ops, take action. I would like to advance you. Failed. And then try to get you on the board. Okay, SOE impact. We're maxed out. We're at 7. We get 2 economic assist actions. What is the state of my allies? So, I know we're okay with Canada. We're okay up here. We're very close with everybody. Nobody in Eastern Europe or Russia fed. We need to improve India to very close. We're still good in the Middle East. And we need to get Japan. There's an awful lot of tension over here. Both India and Japan we're in a bit of spot of bother with. All right, so let's do Japan first. I fear for Japan. Or do the alignment. Ooh, I can do that alignment up here to push that. Counter the negative, counter the negative. I'm not gonna be able to push any other one. Yeah, let's do the improve first with Japan. Get them back up to very close. And I think I am gonna take the alignment on the other one. Get that one bumped up a level. All right, and then we get the right side benefits. So, we can't get more public approval. More action points I haven't used. Events, one event, and then a second draw. What do we got? What's left? Nothing. After that, 3 cards, there's none left, so nothing's going to happen. Then we roll to see if the turn ends. It does. All right. So, here we go. This is quite the procedure if you're playing the real game on the tabletop. Whew, this is a big one right here. The end of the turn sequence. So, I'll try to explain what's happening. Follow along. But basically, it's going to be a general board state check. Going to check each of these regions, and things are going to happen based on the stability level or crisis level and the stability levels. We're going to gain or lose terrorist tokens based on those. A whole bunch of things are going to happen. So we'll just kind of go for the ride while it runs us through the sequence. First up, move all bills in the past and sign bills this turn box to the unused bills box. All right. So. Next up, U.S. counters on Russia, China, pushing those down. It's up to us to try to push those up. Uh-oh. Tensions 2, aggressive posture, sanctions involved. Good thing he doesn't have a lot of tensions. And economy not doing great. So I fear the China turn. I really fear the China turn. All right, consolidate public legislation priorities and draw new ones. So they're filling in the blanks. Manage administration priorities. All right, so what do we got? Job creation, privacy, expanded military is back on the board, huh? Sure. Let's go expanded military and match it up with the public priorities. And that's all I want to do. Next up, regional stability impact on security and limitation of growth of terror groups. Now this one freaked me the hell out when I played my test game earlier. When I ran through this sequence, I had an explosion of terrorists, and I'm not 100% sure it's doing it right. Either I'm really misremembering the numbers I remember from the last time I played the real version, or second edition, which this is supposed to be following the second edition rules updates, has changed things significantly. Because even when I had no or like 1 crises and stability at 5 or so, it was just splattering terrorists in every damn region. I was like, I think the appropriate word is flabbergasted. It was just terrorists everywhere. So I'm going to try to read through this and make sure I understand what it's doing, because I was shocked at what happened. So I'm in better shape now than I was in my test game in the world setup. So let's see what it does. All right, so first is checking Eurozone, region 1. It's just going down through the regions in order. So regional stability is 6. 6 is a pretty good number. That's pretty good. 6, place 1 new level 1 terror group. Maximum of 4 total terror groups in a region at this stability. So notice it says 4 here. It also says 4 here and then 3, 3. So maximum of 4. It's adding 1 because of our regional stability. So another terrorist group. Next up, Eastern Europe. Only a 5 stability. It's adding 2 more terrorists. So there's 2 there currently. Here come a whole bunch more. Next up, even worse. 2 new level 1s. 2 new level 1s. It's like they're everywhere. I do not. I got to check the chart because this just feels weird. Uh-oh. For region containing U.S. allies now has 2 or more unstable state counters. Decrease 1 non-estranged ally relationship in the region by 1 level. All right. Now we're getting more over here. I mean, by the time this is done, every goddamn region is going to have 4 or 5 terror groups in it. How does that happen? I mean, there's absolutely no way I can get rid of this many terror groups. I guess, I don't know. I must be misremembering the numbers previously. This just seems crazy. Hey, only 1 got added. And a die roll. So, terrorist recruiting planning. Homeland security is a 7. We rolled a 4. What does that result in? Make 2d10 rolls to determine which regions. Increase level 1 terror group to level 2. If there isn't a level 1 terror group, add a new one. So, you know, more terror groups incoming. More terror groups incoming. Okay, now we go to rogue state impacts. We still have a rogue state on the board. Increase the crisis. Unexpected consequences of U.S. military footprints. So we have 2 U.S. military footprints in the region. -1 public approval. And the other one, no effect. Place new footprints. So we only have 1 because we have 1 ground unit in the region. So that's what I was trying to avoid over here. I needed to get my ground units out so we wouldn't generate more footprint. Because I knew this was coming. +1 to regional crisis. We just hit major crisis. Lovely. All right. More public approval drop. Regional major crisis procedure. Roll a die. 6, civil war. Hey, look, more terror groups. Yeah, it just seems to like just nuclear explosion of terror groups all over the planet. Oops, I don't know what that button was. I hit space right as it started to bring something up. Move the crisis counter back 2 on the recent. Oh, okay. So it increases terror groups and then drops the crisis counter back 2 levels. We're not even done here. And it trends anti-US. Remove the counters, place new ones. We're down to 1. Unexpected consequences again. We got no footprint here. Oh, it's adding the footprint for... Well, I'm not allowed to move this. So where's the second one coming from? Non-intel, non-air, non-special forces, military units, and wars there. Where's the... I mean, there's a rogue state here, but I don't think we're at war with them. So where's the second footprint counter coming from? Does it count the carrier? I guess maybe it counts the carrier because it's not deployed out into a C zone. That's the only thing I can think of is counting the carrier. I wouldn't think that would be part of the military footprint, though. Huh. I'm not sure on that one. Good governance and improving stability. All right. I could use some good news. If a region is a regional crisis rating of 1, no unstable states, and no rogue states, either remove 2 tension counters from the region or decrease any 2 terror groups in the region by 1 level each. Decrease 2 terror groups. There is no tension counters, so it's not giving me the other option. Okay. So go ahead and get rid of that one entirely and reduce that one to 1. Hopefully a whole bunch of these terror groups go away. Maybe that's what I didn't realize is they're going to show up and then they're going to get suppressed on this step. Okay. Increase stability rating. So this is good. Regional crisis of 0, which is what I was pushing hard for, trying to get as many of these to 0 as I could. 1 or less unstable states. None of those. No rogue states. So this really important stability number is going to go up. Awesome. That is a really hard one to raise. Very few opportunities. So this is pretty much the main place to do this. Next up. Good governments. So we qualify for nothing here, apparently. We're not at 0. Yeah, all right. No, nothing there. Nothing there. Oh, Central South Asia. Are these all ones? I can't tell, and they won't let me zoom. That's a 1. That's a 1. Nope. Nope. All right, moving on. EU economic stability. Eurozone state of the economy may impact Eurozone stability. Apparently we're in middle regions, so nothing's going to happen there. An agent for peace. Number of U.S. wars or ally wars. I don't understand this number. I saw this previously too. I don't think this is, it's either not implemented properly or whatever, but we don't have any wars going on right now. It's 0. There's not even any ally wars going on. Nobody is at war with anybody at the moment. That should read 0. Two or fewer non-ceasefire civil wars. We have too many non-ceasefire civil wars. I really can't stand that they lock the zoom when we're on this screen. So we've got, what, 3, 4 civil wars going on? No, that's a ceasefire civil war. Ceasefire civil war. So that one's still hot. That's a ceasefire. Huh. I think we do meet that one. Yeah, none of this applies because we don't have the 3 goodwill tokens. So regardless of the rest of it. All right. Yeah, we haven't accumulated tokens. All right, get rid of that. Changing world opinion of the U.S. Number of regions with alignment rating of 6 or more is 3. Number with 4 or less is 0. So no change. Campaign promise. Did we pass legislation to meet our campaign promise? The answer is no. I got it on the docket. It's right there. But we didn't get it in time. I didn't get it in the first wave. I probably should have picked that one as the one I was trying to pass instead of privacy legislation. Because now we have this. If you did not pass for your legislation of your own this year or a previous year that fulfilled your campaign promise, -2 public approval, -1 public relations. So we got another opportunity before that. Hey. This year or a previous year. Huh. All right, whatever. We get hit for that. Yeah. Proceed. Congressional reaction to your public approval rating. I mean, I was maxed. We dropped 6 positions. 1, 2, 3. We dropped 5 positions. No, 6 technically, because we were actually off the board. It was kind of funny. 60 or higher. Where are we? We are at the exact number 60. So increase our relations with Congress. Doesn't do anything for us. Draw a new friend. As long as we're not at our party max. We are, I think we're at 4. Yeah, we're at 4. Media! I'm happy to see Julia. Hey, Julia. That gives us a media slant. Credible threat. If Russia and or China has a higher strategic missiles defense capability than the U.S., then -1 homeland security. It's okay there. It's rebuilding the decks. Add new year deck and reshuffle. Presidential performance evaluation. I think that's the same score I got in my test game. I think it's the exact same score. Huh. Okay. Scored another legacy point. Another public approval. And we should be I think that's about it. Yeah, intern. That advances us to year 2. Okay. We'll go ahead and get into the year thing. Then I'm going to save and stop here. So, and it's going to roll us back through the, again, it won't let me zoom. Erg. Back over here. So we're back on the U.S. Special Activation segment, beginning of turn. So, beginning of turn sequence, which is determine the actions. Can I save from here? Save V1. All right. I wish I could zoom out, but, you know, there you go. I think I'll stop there for now. That is the first year out of a 4-year term. Like I said, the explosion of terror groups freaks me out. I don't remember it being that bad. Now we got just so many terror groups all over the place. Some of them got pulled back, but it was still a pretty big increase. Now, the trend I've seen in my very few previous plays of the game is the first year is rough, but if you can get a lot of this home stuff kind of pushed up, so our economy is good, our RWC is good, media is fine, we're okay-ish in these two. We've got some legislation pending that will help us out. We don't have any tensions here. We've got a good setup of congressional friends and no opponents, so we're looking good domestically. A couple tiny problems to take care of, but they're nothing serious. So that is good. If we have not lost the game in the in the world market or the world crises, and we have gained strength in our domestic settings, then that's great. You lose the game in the world out here. This is where you lose the game. Lots of lose conditions out here. All of this stuff. You win the game over here. This is where you generate your legacy points. That is the score that you get at the end. So, important thing to realize. You always want to prevent the game overs. You know, go hard to prevent the game over stuff. But as long as you're gaining strength domestically, and you can then start to push your agendas and your bills through the Congress and so on with this kind of bonus and setup, then you're in a much stronger position. Your die roll checks are easier, and you're going to get a lot of bonuses for legislation passing and so on. So you tend to be a little stronger in the second year, and I think you can get total victories in the second year. I know I've read people have gotten there's just game win conditions in the second year. There are ways to win the game early instead of going the full 4-year term. We got the Taliban war completed successfully and got the bonuses there. No other wars kicking off. We got some crises to deal with. The big thing right now is the China turn. That scares the crap out of me. And I've got to get a bunch of these terrorist groups taken care of. So that's where the focus will turn. We're doing pretty good on regional crises on balance. So now we just need to deal with this influx of terror groups, which, as long as we're not losing actions, we'll be able to do. So, yeah. All right. That's enough chit chat. We got 4 hours in. There you go. That is Mr. President, the digital implementation, GMT Games board game. I do really enjoy it. It's got some wild swings in the luck, but skill and knowledge of the turn structure goes a long way towards mitigating a lot of that. So I do find it an interesting narrative experience with the way things happen and when they happen and all the choices you have to make. So I do enjoy all that. The digital stuff does speed things along quite a bit. I just wish the interface was a little cleaner, provide a little more information, but you know, it's day one of early access. So we'll see how they develop it and how quickly it goes. All right, I'm going to take a break, go get some food, maybe take a nap, and then I shall be back probably with some Dustland delivery and, you know, the other games I'm playing right now. So, hope to see you then. Thanks for watching, everybody. Stay safe out there.